Good afternoon. Welcome to this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire from Horseshoe Indianapolis. The two of us, good to have you back. Racing Rachel here.
I missed you.
As we take a look at today's 9 racing program. Yeah, we all missed you too. And of course, Jeremiah Johnson, Pacers JJ, did a great job pinch hitting yesterday, of course.
Though?
Yeah, he did a great job. And Brian Aragoni, of course, part of the broadcast crew here as we present a 9 race card. Cloudy skies, but temperature-wise, we're in the 70s, so it's kind of been that type of week here as we wrap up the last month of August here with racing still to go in September, October through mid-November, but fast and firm for our racing.
Fast and firm still, but yeah, it just went from 120 degrees to fall. So I got my NHC pullover on because it's crisp out there. But yeah, we're still fast and firm. That's all that matters. Very excited for today's card. We got some grace and grass races we're going to talk about here in a little bit. But yeah, overcast and kind of bleh outside, honestly.
You know what? I think that
without further blah.
Yeah, maybe time to go down to Macy Tetrick down at WRTV6. Macy, I don't know if you could beat Rachel's forecast right there.
That was a professional one.
Blah.
Blah.
Macy?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, our skies are looking a little bit more cloudy as we head through this afternoon and evening, and it is possible at some point there could be just a quick shower that passes through the area, but should not be a washout. Temperature-wise, we'll stay pretty steady in the lower 70s today. Again, cooler than normal for this time of year, but feeling very comfortable. Through the overnight, any lingering rain will try to clear out, so will the clouds. We'll dip down to the mid-50s and a mix of sun and clouds and 75 to end the week Friday. Back to you, John.
Well, I'll take 75, won't you?
Macy Tetrick, WRTV6. Cheers, Macy. She described it as, quote unquote, a little more cloudy. Rachel describes it as blah. But we are fast and firm. We got the Grace and Grass Challenge.
Professional way to say blah, let's face it.
We have the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. That is back on the wagering menu here today. Cheers, horse players. We handled a nice $2.4 million yesterday and raised more money for that Grace and Grass Challenge. And some Jimmy McNerney. You were right on the money.
Man, and look at Jimmy. Comes in swinging for the fences. He's first, B's second, and I'm third. I'm tickled to death. Jen is, I think, in the top 5, but we've raised some money, and let's see if we can't do some more today.
Final week of August here, then we start racing up toward the weekend. Saturday and all quarter horse cards. Sunday no live racing here on Labor Day. Monday, going back to yesterday's racing program, we had 9 on tap. Congratulations, by the way. Tony Cunningham had the 1-2 after yesterday's Escondido Beach overnight stakes, and we've got the Julie Veltman overnight stakes here today to wrap up the racing program and card. And yesterday, Alex Achard and Santo Sanjor, they had the winning hand, both with riding doubles here on Thursday's racing program.
Yeah, I thought we could show, we know Alex and Santo don't get a whole lot of doubles, so let's focus on these guys. They win plenty of races and they do a great job, but love when they get multiple race days. So let's go ahead and show race 2, number 6. I was at least watching the stretch runs and the payouts of each race while I was
waiting for the beer cart.
Yeah, exactly, waiting for the beer cart, exactly. Me and Kelly got to be really good friends yesterday. Race 2, number 6, Dreaming Girl, for Joe Davis here. And Joe has been on, there's a couple today that I was a little bit going back and forth on, and I was like, you know what, Joe's been hot, and I gave the edge.
30%,
yep, I gave the edge to him, and I'm hoping it will pay off. And then also, here's another Alex Achard. This was Talent Show 1380.
Yeah, always was traveling well under jockey Alex Achard, and moves up here to engage Could You Be Loved? That was under Joseph Bielmer, but the gray just leads the way. Talent Show, nice double on yesterday's card for Alex Achard. And you mentioned Dreaming Girl with that white blaze for Joe Davis, who showed that race rewind. And Joe in his last 25, as I mentioned, you were also talking about the Joe Davis stable. He's winning it over 30% in his last 25. So certainly a stable to keep your eye on.
30%?
Yeah,
in the last 25?
Out of his last 25, yeah.
Wow.
Yep, and Dreaming Girl yesterday getting on the scoreboard for Joe Davis. And congratulations again to Alex Achard with a riding double on our Wednesday racing program. Again, today we wrap up the race week with 9 races on tap. And Gennaro Garcia also. Gennaro's creeping in. You've got Randy Klopp.
You said it the other day. It's like the end of the meet.
The leaderboard is tightening. Randy Klopp, John Harron having a season to remember here. And right there is Gennaro Garcia and another winner yesterday.
Yep, he had a very nice winner. That was the 1380. And then Santo's races were race 4, number 3, Sahara Hadi. And this was one of 2 for Bob Gorham, who had a training double on the card.
Jeremiah Johnson had this one picked
JJ
on
had
top.
this one? Nice.
Harahati at 3-1, taking the lead, coming down toward the final furlong. The horse to watch out of this race, mark my words, Eltinge. Was left at the
really?
starting gate, came charging. Look at this move.
Look at
was
that.
Well, this is for John
Wow, you're
Langmeyer.
right.
Was well backed, just couldn't reel
Moving nicely.
Sahara Hadi in. Eltinge second, one to watch racing, Rachel.
Wouldn't have got second if he wouldn't have got left at the gate, huh? And then
Would have won.
Would have won. And then big payout, $23 winner in race 8, number 9. 9 questions for Tony Grants. I keep saying don't leave Tony out on the grass, man. He's a grass trainer.
Santo Sandro had all the answers with 9 questions coming with this charge. Right there. Oh, they were battling for this one. Hanks the
See
Tank in the
that.
Pink Silks, Whiskey Twisted Lead, but
Shoo-wee.
kind of falters. Here comes Mr. Corn, Mox Nix. Here comes Boutry Fitty. 9 questions. Rolls them over for Santo Sandro, double on the card. Tony Granitz had to like that one at 10-1.
Yeah, that's a nice winner, 23.60. And yeah, so we're not going to look at there was one more that Bob Gorin had, but congratulations to him on a training double.
Talking about, of course, this year, Tip Top Thomas winning the 2025 Indiana Derby, went on to win the Smarty Jones, which is a prep at Parks Racing for the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby. Last year's Pennsylvania Derby third was Dragoon Guard. He won a couple of years ago the Grade 3 Indiana Derby here, and Dragoon Guard back in action right here today for Brad Cox, his assistant Ricky Giannini. Dragoon Guard will be led over for Judmont under leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz. So looking forward to seeing Dragoon Guard. Look, he's like, I'm back here. I won the Indiana Derby here. It's great to be back in the Hoosier State.
This was just pure coincidence and luck. I didn't even plan this with Ricky. He just knows I love this horse. I was back there riding Steven, Hector's pony horse, and I got off, and Ricky, I just went to go talk to Ricky a little bit, and he goes, hey, your horse is coming. And I was like, what? And he knows I have a huge crazy horse girl crush on this horse because he really does look like he's a unicorn. He's talented. He's so well fit. He's got to be close to 17 hands. I mean, you can't tell because I have it on the fisheye perspective, but he's a beast, and just really excited to have a past Indiana Derby winner. And then,
Ricky,
also Best Actor, who was second in the 2022 running. I believe me and Ricky were just back there waiting for him to show up, watching old Indiana Derby replays. So we've got a couple of Indiana Derby graduates racing today in race 8. A very nice last half of the card. Congratulations to our team. We got some lucky guys out there in the racing office that really put in the work to make us look good, don't they?
Great card yesterday with a mix of, we had 4 of the 8 thoroughbred races carded for the turf. We had that quarter horse overnight stakes, the Escondido Beach. So Chris Polson and crew, let's keep it up for the final months of the season. By the way, Ricky Giannini, always a good sport. Brad Cox's assistant, whether it's showing you the 2024 Indiana Derby winner, Dragoon Guard, coming back to town, or Ricky putting on that sparkling jacket like you wore the other day.
Yes, he's a good sport. He's a good sport when we mess with him. He's definitely helped us out there.
Love that post.
And he's always standing up on a post somewhere. He's always on the edge of the winner's circle or the edge of a post or something. He's like a little monkey man.
I have to mention, by the way, terrific week for Brad Cox,
Yes.
his assistant here, Ricky Giannini. Global Asset looked great winning the other day for Judmont. Mo Expectations was a winner.
Yeah.
Brad Cox for Stone Street Stables.
We've had some classy horses
and now we
brought
got
in
Dragoon
from
Guard
Brad,
back.
for sure. And he's got a couple of first-time starters, and it's kind of the same case here today as well in the maiden. You want me to just go into race 5 here? This is the one we're kind of talking about. He's such a professional with the segues, this guy. Race 5 and 7 are our Grace and Grass Challenge. Man, I woke up today and I saw, and it was sprinkling at my house. And I was like, dang it, we should have done it on Monday and Tuesday too or something. But
No, we're good.
We're good. It's fine. $1. This is
All
what
good.
I'm going to do. I'm taking a swing for the fences here in race 5 and 7. Race 5 is a maiden special weight, and it's 2-year-olds. So there's a lot of first-time starters in here. So my top 3 are 9, 3, and 11. And I text Ricky about these
Of course you
horses.
did.
Yes, I said, do you like the 6 or the 11 better? And he said the 11. But I like the 9 retrospective a little bit. Obviously should like the grass. And then I like the 3, Dame Laura with the Nice Works from Brendan Walsh. And then, of course, Ricky said he likes Hit Parade, thinks he looks really good coming in, but it's first-time starter. Not sure what he's going to do there, but our leading jockey, Fernando, gets them out. Now, to make as much money as possible, because this is a baby race, and there's really no telling what's going to happen, I get $100. We all get $100 to put on the 2 races, so you try to keep it, 50 and 50. $1 Exacta key box. So I keyed my top selections, the ones I like the most, 3, 9, and 11. And then I just put all underneath. It's free $100 that we're donating for these bets. So why not just, try? So that was a $48 ticket. Now in the 7th race, I did what I call, well, off air, I'll tell John what it's really called. But
Off air.
think of the other word for jerk. It starts with an A. This is the Jerk Exacta. Whenever I see a really, really heavy favorite, especially just on the morning line, because I don't know how much they're going to bet this horse down, I'll do all over the heavy, heavy favorite.
Okay.
So the 3, I think, 7-5, Mitch, if this horse does get beat, because so much money will be on it, if it gets nosed out, I mean, you're going to really cash big money. And this is for... yeah, I'm like looking off camera instead of at the camera because me and John are like, yeah, you're right, Rachel. This is a.
I like this.
It's kind of a crazy bet, and you know what? I learned this from the old owner of the casino. He would do this if he saw a heavy favorite. He'd go, Rachel, bet an Exacta all over that 7-5 or even money. So I just did an $8 all over 3 because of that heavy favorite in this turf allowance. And then I did an Exacta key box with the favorite 3 all. So I have it all 3 and 3 all. And then I put $20 to win on the 3, and then I put $8 to place on the 8, which was the remaining of the $100 balance. So I really spread it because this is the last day.
You're
this
going
is
for
the
the
last
green.
chance.
You gotta
so
go
yeah,
for the green.
I'm not trying to look
Yeah.
cool. I'm trying to cover. So whatever money, even if it ends up being a favorite, it doesn't matter. Whatever money I accrue from these bets is going to go to equine research. So I'm just
Grayson.
swinging for the fences. And
Nice
there are a couple of nice turf races. Super excited to see what happens.
Got to go for the green in 2.
Yeah. Amen. This is why we're so at sync. And Joe's here. Joe's in the opener.
Yeah, Brilliant Racing, part of the ownership.
Yes, good luck to Brilliant Racing. I put this girl on top. She's another one, 7-5, Spider Woman, Michelle Lovell, Marcelino Pedroza in the opener. Even money already, and we're still 30 minutes out.
Contest-wise, we've got you covered. BA's hat trick, of course,
Oh, this
yesterday.
is the last one, right?
Yeah, yesterday was Racing Rachel's Warriors, but of course, your contest goes all season long. BA's hat trick as we come to the end of this month. Don't forget to get your entries in. First floor OTB. Today is the final round, confirmed by Tammy Knox's notes. Win, play, show, Exacta box, try box. You select what race to put the bet on. Today's top player will be the top shelf, wins $250, and then everyone who hits all 3 wagers put it to that drawing bin for the $100 hat trick. Your last chance to score BA's hat trick as this contest comes to an end today, the final Thursday of this month. Available to all of you joining us here on track, First Floor OTB, and also those online at Horseshoe Indy Contest at gmail.com. After Saturday's All Quarter Horse card, no live racing here on Sunday nor Labor Day Monday. So we'll be back after the All Quarter Horse card, back to the 2:10 post time for Tuesday's racing program. We talked about the Grayson Grass Challenge races. Also, they're a part, of course, of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. So good to have that on the wagering menu here
I
today.
put together a late Itoba pick 4 because I loved the last 4 races so much, but it is a very nice, it's all turf pick 3. You make a very valid point.
Thanks to our big sponsors this year, talking about Woodford Reserve, Tequila Aradora, Breed Development, and Murphy Trailer Sales. They are the winner's circle sponsor here at the track. We'll see who will be
Bruce
crowned.
looked good in his sparkly
there was
jacket,
some,
didn't he, John?
Ricky's been in there. The Julie Feldman overnight stakes to close out the card today. That'll be the last trip to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Terrific customer
Of the
service.
day.
Yep, and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them, ladies, at 765-361-8803. Also, B&H Electric. You know those guys, B&H Electric.
That's who I was playing golf with yesterday.
All 18. How did you shoot?
I crushed it.
Crushed it, really?
Literally crushed it. I was putting really well because my dad got me one of those new big grips
Oh, you
on
gotta
my
have- you
putter.
gotta
Yeah,
have
I
a
got
good
the
grip.
big new grip, and I crushed the putting yesterday. I just walked up and dropped it. They were like, Rachel, just drop it in for us. I was like, you got it.
Locations in town, Seymour and Bloomington. They're on the web, www.bh-electric.com. Indiana's Giant Hubler. Just drive a couple exits down here from the track, and casino open 24/7. Indiana's Giant Hubler with locations not only in Shelbyville, but in Franklin. DriveHubler.com. Just tell them that Racing Rachel sent you for a good deal. Social media-wise, we've got you covered on X. I'm at John G. Dooley, Racing Rachel on X. A lot of great content.
me.
Horse racing content, Dragoon Guard content, Ricky
Outfit of the
Giannini
day.
jacket content.
Yeah, outfit of the day content.
B&H Electric putting content. And Martha Clausen. Martha is all excited. She'll be here.
Oh, she'll be
all
here
excited.
Saturday. Big day.
Oh, yep.
Big day Saturday.
Of course, we got the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Derby and Futurity. Martha's certainly looking forward to joining us here for Saturday's card, kicking off, as Martha mentioned even yesterday in her on-air spot, bright and early, 10:45 a.m. Brian Aragoni. Gates will be opening in Saratoga, I think, at that hour, too.
Yes,
so
they
we'll
will.
look forward
I'll
to
be
hearing
there.
from you.
Yep, I'll be tweeting. Don't you worry.
And be looking to smash another Pick 5 ticket here today to wrap up the racing week. Of course, we've got the 2 Pick 5s. Early Pick 5 starts on the first of the day daily, and the final 5 thoroughbred races of the day. That is the 50-cent late Pick 5, both with the low 11.99% takeout. Follow us on social media. There you go. We're on X. We're also on Instagram. We're on YouTube at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing.
Check us out.
Yes, 100%. Smash the like button. 25 minutes away from the first of the day. And we've got a main track label fast for it. Turf course, Racing Grass Challenge, the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 rated firm.
So
Turf
Christopher in the house.
24 feet. Quick commercial break here on this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. When the program returns, stay tuned. Brian Aragoni. We call it the B Block. Right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Jack Daniel starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Excellent card we have here for you today on a Thursday and a beautiful fall-like Thursday in Shelbyville, Indiana. Now 23 minutes away from race number 1, so we better get started. We've got 8 opportunities with the thoroughbreds, 1 with the quarter horses. As always, some of the lowest takeouts in the entire country. No CAW fees passed along to our bettors here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, something that all bettors should rejoice about. And speaking of bettors and players alike, we've got Rocket Ship Racing and brilliant ownership group here at Horseshoe Indianapolis trying to get Spider Woman home a winner, and I'm a believer. I'm going to single in race number 1. The 7 on the outside, favorably drawn, has taken on tougher competition in the past. The 4-year-old Chestnut filly by Speightster gets Marcelino Pedroza Jr., the red-hot Marcelino Pedroza Jr., into the saddle, shipping in from Ellis Park off of a lackluster 6th-place finish at below 4-1. Didn't really run all that well that day. Was kind of in between horses, didn't really appreciate the positioning, and ultimately stayed on even in the lane. I think the Class Relief today is going to get this one across the finish line and get that elusive first victory. Spider Woman on top as the single in race number 1. Race number 2, we kick off that 15% takeout, $1 minimum in here. No scratches, no changes. A common theme throughout the day, which we are thankful for at Horseshoe Indianapolis. When you're on a fast main track and a firm turf course, you usually don't get very many changes, and that's exactly what we have. Kicking off that $1 min, pick 4, a mile and a 16th. Going to be the distance in here. 3-year-old fillies and upwards, all bred in the great state of Indiana, looking to get their first career victory. And while I tried to upset the apple cart in here, I couldn't get around Quibble or Pink Picture. Turf to Dirt in play for Tony Granitz. And Gutierrez, that's an apprentice rider who's got a 7-pound weight break, and he's not going to have it much longer if he keeps winning in the manner that he has been. He's been red hot here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and while I don't have a vote, I would think he'd be the apprentice rider of the season, and he's already got it wrapped up here early on or late in August. But Pink Picture goes turf to dirt, could be any sort in here. The dirt races were early on in the career at 2, so I won't say that this horse is only a turf horse being entered on the dirt today, because this horse has matured and improved a lot, both physically and mentally, from 2 to 3 as most do. And then Quibble's the horse to beat. Mike Lauer, Evan Roman for the Lauer gang. They own, train, and bred this 3-year-old filly by Dialed In. This horse is still figuring it out up top. Was on the wrong lead the entire stretch last time out, but was closing in ground quickly, but is a little bit pace dependent. And in a race like this, you may have the best horse, but if the best horse gets away with some slow fractions, maybe they go 25, 50, or 114 and change up top. Quibble at 3 to 5 is going to have to pass horses in the lane. I do believe Quibble's the best horse, but might not get the pace scenario that they necessarily need in here. This is a horse who, whether it's been dirt, turf, sprinting, whatever, has never shown the ability to be tactically close up front. That could be a problem for a Quibble. At 3 to 5 would be my guess. There's not a whole lot of early speed in here. Maybe Swift B goes to the lead on the stretch out. You could see Maximum Spirit go to the lead as well. But Quibble is strictly the horse to beat. But for me, maybe not a horse to bet for a win purpose, but I am going to use in my pick 5, 3, and 7 in race number 2. Race number 3, $5,000 claimers going 6 furlongs in here. No scratches, no changes for 3-year-olds and upwards. 3, 5, and 6 in this spot. How about Lord Majesty, a lightly raced trainee of Brian Waltz, who owns and trains Rodney Prescott. They teamed up for a win here on August 12th, coming back on about 2.5 weeks rest. They broke well, they tracked well, and then they were kind of wore down the foe in a very nice effort. And they were in between horses that day on a pace stool, very uncomfortable position. I've been impressed with Lord Majesty. Not incredibly talented by any means. However, this horse wants to be a racehorse. He knows his job. He likes to dig down. He's unwilling to relent later on in his races. In his maiden-breaking score, he was battling throughout at 10 to 1. What I don't like is he won for maiden 20,000, then he went to claiming 8. Now he's in claiming 5. I recognize that we're almost in September, and as he runs out of conditions, his value goes down, but that's a little bit of a concern in that spot. Rocket 88 could be any sort in here. Randy Matthews, Joe Ramos, 2 wins from 22 starts, comes in fresh, should have the fresh legs, hasn't been seen since June 17th. I'm going to play against Moped Mo. He had absolutely no reason to lose last time out, and now he's an Indiana bred taking on open company like horses like More Than 5. Turf to dirt in play on More Than 5. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. and Gennaro Garcia in here. They're cutting back. They're the ones to fear that final eighth of a mile because there is some pace to chase in here, and I think More Than 5 deserves a good look at probably 5 to 1. We'll step on that turf course in race number 4 for the first time of the day, and with that, we'd kick off that $1 horseshoe hat trick, 15% takeout. It includes, it's essentially a pick 3, but all on the turf, and when you have turf, you have a firm footing like we do today, you've got big fields. And with big fields come big opportunities, that low takeout. I think you can bet a little and truly make a lot. And our races are competitive today. You heard Rachel. She's going to try and beat Mitch in race number 7. If you can beat Mitch, I think this horseshoe hat trick certainly brings some value. And speaking of value, that late flyer 5 kicks off in the 4th race as well. So if you are a horizontal player, we've got plenty of action for you on Thursday at the Shoe. Scratch 8 and 13 out of this event. Maybe the best betting event of the day. But I think this last 5 races of the card are incredibly challenging. Looks to be wide open in here. I'll draw your attention to a couple of long shots in this spot. I'm using 1, 3, 4, 9, and 12, but Decatur Street deserves a look. This is a horse who's going to be trying the turf. I recognize he just tried maiden 5,000 last time out. However, maiden 12,500 on the turf, almost interchangeable. It's the lowest races we write on our turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and you'd have to go back to Decatur Street being on the synthetic to make this horse make sense. the synthetic races this winter at Turfway Park, they weren't all that bad. Makes the turf debut today. There's some breeding there, being by Street Sense on the top. You've got Smart Strike on the bottom. And those synthetic races, this horse is likely to rejoice stepping on our turf course. Probably didn't want to be anywhere near the dirt. Doesn't necessarily have the class, but this is not a race that's going to be about class. I think this is going to be about footing. Decatur Street's best races were on the synthetic and will be overlooked today. You've also got number 12, Captain Case. Here's the deal. It's Thomas Medina at 30-1. Do you ever want to look at your ticket and realize that you don't have a 22% trainer with a 16% rider like Alberto Burgos, who's been dominating our turf this year, and know that you got knocked out at 30-1? I'm certainly willing to lose to a 2-5 shot. If a heavily backed favorite beats me and I don't have it on my ticket, so be it. The ones that hurt are when you have connections that you overlooked simply because of morning line. Captain Case hasn't run a step, however, hasn't gone to the racetrack since April. A lot can change since then. They saw something that they liked about this horse to claim for $7,500. Recently gelded the ultimate equipment change and gets Lasix again today, and you've got a high percentage rider with a high percentage trainer at 30-1. You have been warned about Captain Case in the fourth at the shoe. Race number 5, made in special weight in here. 2 and 7 are scratched out of this event. Block B trying not to ramble like Block A here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on wire to wire, so we will go through this rather quickly. First-time starters, challenging race, a great way to kick off that Itoba Pick 4. You've got firsters mixed in with a couple of horses with experience. We're going to go 3, 4, 5, 9, and 11. I think firsters are live in this race. Brendan Walsh. You've also got Jim Corrigan as well at 12-1 on a 2-year-old Rock Your World filly, Rudy Brissett with a Temple City. The firsters look live. This is a race that I would recommend coming down to the paddock, taking a look at them. Many of them are going to the starting gate for the first time, seeing how they're acting, seeing how they're handling the saddling, and all of the people, all of the horses. One that I certainly want to take a look at. Hit Parade could be any sort in here. We've seen Brad Cox debuting some very nice ones recently, but doesn't have the easiest post, and on the turf for the first time could be tricky as well. 14 minutes away from the opener, there's an action-packed day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and don't forget, live racing does return on Saturday morning. Get your breakfast, get your beer. For me, maybe a beer mosa here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, as we're going to crown some stakes winners on Saturday. But we'll take you through the scratches and changes, and we'll be off and running before you know it. Good luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded under cloudy skies, 70s. Main track fast, turf course firm. Turf rail this week was set at 24 feet. Fast and firm at this hour. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. In the first, maiden filly sprint, no scratches, no jockey changes, overweights. This correction, number 7, Spider Woman. Note the ownership, Rocket Ship Racing LLC of Brooke Smith and Brilliant Racing LLC of Natalie Gills. Note the spelling there. Ownership correction for 7, Spider Woman at the top of the card. All 7 run. Following the maiden filly sprint, race 2 starts the $1 early pick 4. Here no scratches. 1 backwards K, a jockey change to Sammy Bermudez. Sammy Bermudez rides 1 backwards K in the second race maiden. Third race sprint, no changes, all 9 run in the third. In the fourth of our 9 carded today, and the first of 3 on the turf course, rated firm. Turf rail set at 24 feet. Here's scratch, the 8, Pelagio, and 13, Gimmel, was entered as a main track only. Scratch the 8 and the number 13. A couple of jockey changes here in the maiden turf mile. Number 1, Bravatas, will be ridden by Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on 1, Bravatas. Number 11, Old Trace, the rider Rodney Prescott. Rodney Prescott on 11, Old Trace in the maiden turf mile. Starts the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. On to the 5th race we go. Maiden Juvenile Fillies Turf Mile. Start here, the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Scratch the 2, Maxfield's Dream, and the 7, Dublin Drop. Scratch the 2 in number 7. Number 10, Prayer Unbridled, add 2 pounds to the program weight there. Race 6, Maiden Juvenile Filly Sprint. Here's Scratch, the 4, Brooklyn Benny, and number 5, Dreamy Druso. Scratch the 4 and the number 5. There's a jockey change for number 12, Del Cap Alice, to Joseph Romero. The weight's okay there at 120. Joseph Romero, rise 12, Del Cap Alice. Ownership corrections, 1, Party in the Club. The ownership, KP Thoroughbreds LLC, Kathy Dent, Devaris Douglas, Terry Quinkert. Also, Lucian Hinger Hubiak. Note the spelling of Janet Lazanby. That's an ownership spelling correction for one of the principals owning the 1, Party in the Club, ownership correction there. And 2, Cloudless Day. This filly will debut for Kenneth E. Ayers. Note the ownership correction for number 2, Cloudless Day, debuts for Kenneth Ayers. 7th race, Turf Mile, scratch the 1, McAdoo. 1, McAdoo has been scratched from the Turf Mile. Race 8 at 5:47. Scratch number 1, Can't Hush This. 1, Can't Hush This has been scratched. 2, Malibu Springs. A change of jockey to Alberto Burgos. Had a riding double on yesterday's card. Alberto Burgos, one of the leading jockeys here this season, and the 2024 champion, rides to Malibu Springs. Number 5, Secret Chat. Ownership correction, Don Blackwood and Jeff Myers. The spelling there, correction for Myers for number 5, Secret Chat, and there's that change. Scratch the 1, Can't Hush This. And in the 9th, closing the card with the Julie Veltman overnight stakes over the 350. Here's Scratch the also eligibles. 11, Kiss My Garter, 12, Kelly Girl, and number 13, Eos, Bit, Chin, Babe. Scratch the also eligibles, 11, 12, and the 13. There a look at the scratches, jockey changes, overweights, and the ownership corrections. On today's 9-race card, Cloudy Skies 70s, we are fast and firm. For the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3, course firm in the rail at 24 feet. Horses in the walking ring for the Maiden Fillies Sprint Opener. We'll start off the 50-cent early pick 5 on a 9-race card. Post time 2:10. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. Maiden fillies stepping onto the track for the first race. The sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 7. There are no scratches and no jockey changes. All 7 run. Race 1 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track fast, turf course firm. Turf rail this week was set at 24 feet, fast and firm. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden filly sprint opener. Kicks off the 50-cent early pick 5, Fast and Firm. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. First time starter Pollinator. Leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with Pollinator. Went it well. Mitchell Merle with Laney. Now Santo Sanjor, Joyous Song. The daughter of Volatile, Joyous Song went in well. Loading up Evan Roman with Rockaway Reef. Jose Gutierrez, School Spirit. Sammy Bermudez, Star Watch, drew 3. 7 run. Now School Spirit. Spider Woman, 3-5, the first favorite. At 6 furlongs, and Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Spider Woman. Main track fast at the top of today's 9-race card. The Renegade. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Rockaway Reef toward the inside. Here's Star Watch now making a dash for it for Sammy Bermudez. And Star Watch has taken the early lead from the gray School Spirit who chases the pace. The first time starter Pollinator now with a bid toward the inside, making this run toward the half-mile pole. The gray Joyous Song is joined out wide by Spider Woman, who's running in 5th. It's a break of 6 more to Rockaway Reef, being driven to gain at the 3.5 and beaten for pace. Laney trails here in the Thursday opener. The quarter 22.45 seconds, 3 furlongs to go. It's School Spirit with Jose Gutierrez. School Spirit has taken the lead from Pollinator as Spider Woman is now coming with her bid on the outside from Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. On the far outside, Joyous Song is running in 4th. Leading up into 5th after showing speed. Star Watches drop back and Rockaway Reef as these maiden fillies turn for home. Half mile, 45.97 seconds. Here comes Spider Woman. Spider Woman with School Spirit trying to kick with Spider Woman, who has the upper hand with 1 furlong to go as Laney is coming with a stand-side charge. And Joyous Song in between horses. It is Spider Woman clear to the finish from Laney. Spider Woman gets the result by 3. Laney was second, Joyous Song third, and School Spirit finished 4th. Wanting 11.90 after the maiden filly sprint. Wanting 11.90. 7.426. The judges have posted the full unofficial run order after race 1. First, number 7, Spider Woman at 3-5. Number 4, Laney at 14-1 was the runner-up. Here's the slow-mo. 2, Joyous Song at 4-1 third, and 6, School Spirit 8-1 fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on the daughter of Speightster. For Rocket Ship Racing LLC, a brilliant racing win here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, trained by Michelle Lovell. It's Spider Woman at 3-5, the first favorite home. The result of the first race now official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 7, Spider Woman, with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Spider Woman is a 4-year-old Chestnut filly by Speightster. Out of the Include Mare, Pajama Bottom, trained by Michelle Lovell. For Rocket Ship Racing LLC and Brilliant Racing LLC, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Spider Woman. Wins the maiden filly sprint. First results in. 7-4 exacta paid $17.60. 50-cent trifecta 7-4-2. $21.15. With School Spirit fourth in the maiden filly sprint. 10-cent superfecta 7-4-2-6 paid $12.27. And the first of the day favorite, first. All 7 ran. Fast track 111.90. 20 minutes away from race 2 in the maiden. No scratches. One backwards K, the jockey Sammy Bermudez. Sammy Bermudez on 1, backwards K, all 8 run in the maiden. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3, starts with a $1 early pick 4, fast and firm, turf rail at 24 feet. Post time at 2:39 in all cases. If you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the maiden filly sprint. Hope you had a bet on Spider Woman. The top of today's 9-race card, the going running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Rockaway Reef toward the inside. Here's Star Watch now making a dash for it for Sammy Bermudez. And Star Watch has taken the early lead from the gray School Spirit who chases the pace. The first-time starter Pollinator now with a bid toward the inside, making this run toward the half-mile pole. The Gray Joyous Song is joined out wide by Spider Woman, who's running in 5th. It's a break of 6 more to Rockaway Reef, being driven to gain at the 3.5 and beaten for pace. Laney trails here in the Thursday opener. The quarter 22.45 seconds, 3 furlongs to go. It's School Spirit. With Jose Gutierrez, School Spirit has taken the lead from Pollinator, as Spider Woman is now coming with her bid on the outside from Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. On the far outside, Joyous Song is running in 4th. leading up into fifth after showing speed. Star Watches drop back and Rockaway Reef as these maiden fillies turn for home. Half mile, 45.97 seconds. Here comes Spider Woman. Spider Woman with School Spirit trying to kick with Spider Woman, who has the upper hand with 1 furlong to go as Laney is coming with a stand-side charge. And Joyous Song in between horses. It is Spider Woman clear to the finish from Laney. Spider Woman gets the result by 3. Laney was second, Joyous Song third, and School Spirit finished fourth.
Spider Woman gets some class relief and makes it look easy in the opener at 3-5. Congratulations to the Chalk players, like yours truly, who gets the first winner of the day out of the way. The first one's always the toughest. Hopefully there's many more to come for you and yours. 9 minutes away from kicking off that first pick 4 opportunity. $1 minimum, 15% takeout. A mile and a 16th in here for 3-year-old fillies bred in the state of Indiana. No scratches, no changes to be reported. 8 will enter the gate. We'll find out who is going to be a maiden no more, and I'm hopeful it could be one of your 2 horses that are likely taking the majority of the lion's share action, except for they're kind of reversed right now based on the morning line and how the odds are playing out. Quibble, morning line favorite, currently 9-2. And the 3 was your clear second choice, but is heavily backed at 2-5 right now. This 3-year-old filly Quibble is by the Lauer gang, owned, trained, and bred by the Lauers for this good-looking chestnut daughter of Dialed In out of Prize Winner, who was on the wrong lead last time out. It was July 10th on a speed-favoring track, void of any early speed. In fact, was near the back of the pack at 5-2 that day. Never switched leads in the lane, but was closing in relatively quickly, at least in my opinion. Visually, was making up some ground, even though based on the chart, it shows just 5 lengths behind, losing by 4 lengths, which is accurate. But Quibble's got some high expectations that she hasn't lived up to yet because she's a half to Mowens, stakes champion Mowens, one of the leading earners for Indiana breds of all time, are right up there, certainly with his back class as well. And Quibble is void of any early speed, has become somewhat of a one-run deep closer who doesn't get to the wire. That's the problem. She's a little bit pace dependent, at least at this point of her career. In fact, through her 6 starts, she's never been closer than 5th place early on in her races. So that's a troublesome trend that hopefully they can reverse today. Evan Roman is going to ask her for some run right out of the gate and put her in a better spot and see if she can't sustain her bid. 4-1 on the board, but all the money has come in on Pink Picture. Another 3-year-old filly in this maiden race. 3 years old, younger horses. You got some 6-year-old mares in here. But this 3-year-old filly has been primarily on the turf here recently. I don't believe she's just a turf animal trying the dirt by any means. She looks like a horse who's gotten better at 3 versus 2 years old, and I'm not writing her off on the dirt by any means, and it looks like nobody else is either at 2-5. When she tried her dirt races, she was 2 years old. She's improved significantly at 3, both mentally as well as physically, and don't overlook that this horse ran a good second in a 9-horse field on debut on the dirt as well. Has tactical speed, will have an edge over Quibble because Pink Picture is going to be able to put herself in a lot more competitive spot early on in this race. She has no trouble breaking well and putting herself in a good spot. She is able to pass other horses. She's shown that multiple times on the turf as well. Gutierrez has been riding lights out here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and you're going to get a 7-pound weight break as well from Pink Picture. But maybe the best value of the race could come from Happy Match with Fernando de la Cruz and Bob Gorham up in this spot. 0-9 lifetime in the career with one 3rd-place finish. De la Cruz, one of our leading riders. He's been our leading rider for the past couple of months here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this one goes turf to dirt. The Chestnut is exiting some live races. In fact, back-to-back races in which the horse who got the maiden special weight victory, Annie Express and Sudden Rise, have gone on to face winners and win yet again. So Happy Match has some expectations to live up to, exits some live races, goes turf to dirt, a horse who had shown the ability to close into races, can handle the distance, can handle the dirt, just hasn't gotten the right setup yet so far, but under the cool, calm hands of Fernando de la Cruz, any day could be a good day, and today could be the day for Happy Match here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We do kick off the $1 pick 4 in race number 2. No scratches, no changes. 8 will go to the gate. We'll find out who returns a maiden no more 6 minutes away from now. Good luck.
The horses called posted now for the second race. This race will be run on the main track over the mile and 16th, a field of 8. No scratches, all 8 run. One backwards K, a jockey change to Sammy Bermudez. Sammy Bermudez rides one backwards K for Darlene Green. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the $1 early pick 4 with the maiden. Main track fast, again the turf course. 3 of them today, Carter for the turf course, rated firm. Turf rail set at 24 feet this race week. Fast and firm, 2 minutes to post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden. Starts the $1 early pick 4. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Sammy Bermudez with Backwards K. Sando Sanjor, Maximum Spirit in. Backwards K joins now Mitchell Murrell. Rich and Faith making her bow. Alberto Burgos, Swift B went in well. Evan Roman with Quibble. Pink Picture. Jose Gutierrez claims a 7-pound apprentice allowance. Here's Pink Picture. 2 back. Up comes Happy Match. Fernando de la Cruz with 68 wins here this season. Tops the leaderboard. Quibble 3-2 favorite. The Milening 16th, one more. Joseph Romero and 7-time started. Say Yes Annie.
I'm good. Wait.
Say Yes Annie. Pink Picture now 7-5 favorite. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. 55-1 on Say Yes Annie. They're in the game. And they're off. Pink Picture broke well. Speed from the first-time starter Rich and Faith in the blue sleeves and cap, who leads now for Mitchell Murrell as they make their way into the first turn. Rich and Faith leads here. Sharp starting Pink Picture as they line up. Right there is Swift B with a white cap. Quibbles in the forepath, and the gray Say Yes Annie's out there on the ledge. In the meantime, Happy Match near the rail held by Backwards K, while Maximum Spirit has dropped back to last. At 6.5, it's Rich and Faith. So Rich and Faith leads. These maiden fillies and mare to the back. With 6 furlongs to run, it's Rich and Faith, followed by, on the outside, Pink Picture staying close with Swift being out deep on the track in third. Happy Match in the purple cap running in fourth by 2. Then comes Quibble with Backwards King toward the rail, 3/4 length to Say Yes Annie running wide second to last, and Maximum Spirit remains the trailer. The quarter 24.64 seconds now near the half-mile pole. Rich and Faith and Pink Picture remain 1-2. Swift Beat tries to draw in from third. Happy Match, Quibble, Backwards K with Say Yes Annie and Maximum Spirit, half mile 48.98 seconds. They round the far turn. The newcomer Rich and Faith narrowly. Pink Picture right there now with her bid for Jose Gutierrez. And here's Swift B, who's on the move for Alberto Burgos, coming toward the quarter pole. Rich and Faith has dropped back once under pressure, and Happy Match in scoring range as they turn for home. Then further back to Quibble with Maximum Spirit. The trailers are Say Yes Annie and Backwards K the Grays. Heads are turned for home. It's Swift B. Runs at Pink Picture. Happy Match joins standside. 3/4 woman at 14.20 seconds. Quibble is now in fourth. Then Maximum Spirit as Rich and Faith dropped away past the 16th. Pink Picture in a battle with Happy Match, and between them is Swift B. It's Happy Match and Fernando de la Cruz getting up. Happy Match. Happy Match has won it by 3/4 of length. Second close, a bob between Swift B with Pink Picture photo. Quibble back and forth. 148.31 after the maiden. 148.31 seconds for Happy Match. 5-1 first. The judges will examine a photo before posting the remaining order of finish. Hold all tickets. Fernanda de la Cruz for Bob Gorham, Masked Thoroughbreds. Happy Match, daughter of Temperature, gets off the mark in her 10th run. 5-1. Happy Match starts the $1 early pick 4. Here's the slow-mo. Seconds on the Bob. Swift B 8-1 and 8-5 3 Pink Picture. 7-5 7 Quibble. We'll get into the frame. Hold all tickets until official. The judges have posted after a photo number 6, Swift being second, 3 Pink Picture third, 7 Quibble fourth, 4-6, 3-7. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle of 4, Happy Match. Leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz, recording his 69th win of the meet. Happy Match is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Temperature. Out of the Will Take Charge mare, Will It Be Love? Bob Gorham trains for Henry Masked Thoroughbreds LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Happy Match, gets off the mark in her 10th career start, wins the maiden at 5-1 odds. Race 2 official. The 4-6 exacta paid $80.40. 50-cent trifecta 463, $55.25. The 7-4 opening double, combining Spider Woman with Happy Match, $30 even. Quibble fourth in the maiden, 10-cent superfecta, 4-6-3-7 paid $17.06. All eight ran 148.31 seconds after the running of race 2. Race 3 is next on the agenda, 22 minutes away from the sprint. There are no program changes, all 9 run in the next one. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:14. And they're off. Pink Picture broke well. Speed from the first-time starter Rich and Faith in the blue sleeves and cap, who leads now for Mitchell Murrell as they make their way into the first turn. Rich and Faith leads here. Sharp starting Pink Picture as they line up. Right there is Swift Bee with a white cap. Quibbles in the forepath, and the gray Say Yes Annie's out there on the ledge. In the meantime, Happy Match near the rail held by Backwards K, while Maximum Spirit has dropped back to last. At 6.5, it's Rich and Faith. So Rich and Faith leads. These maiden fillies and mare to the back. With 6 furlongs to run, it's Rich and Faith, followed by on the outside Pink Picture staying close with Swift being out deep on the track in third. Happy Match in the purple cap running in fourth by 2. Then comes Quibble with Backwards K toward the rail, 3/4 length to Say Yes Annie running wide second to last, and Maximum Spirit remains the trailer. The quarter 24.64 seconds now near the half-mile pole. Rich and Faith and Pink Picture remain 1-2. Swift Beat tries to draw in from third. Happy Match, Quibble, Backwards K with Say Yes Annie and Maximum Spirit, half mile 48.98 seconds. They round the far turn. The newcomer Rich and Faith narrowly. Pink Picture right there now with her bid for Jose Gutierrez. And here's Swift Bee, who's on the move for Alberto Burgos, coming toward the quarter pole. Rich and Faith has dropped back once under pressure, and Happy Match in scoring range as they turn for home. Then farther back to Quibble with Maximum Spirit. The trailers are Say Yes Annie and Backwards K the Grays. Heads are turned for home. It's Swift Bee. Runs at Pink Picture. Happy Match joins stand side. 3/4, 1 minute 14.20 seconds. Quibble is now in fourth. Then Maximum Spirit as Rich and Faith dropped away past the 16th. Pink Picture in a battle with Happy Match, and between them is Swift Bee. It's Happy Match and Fernando de la Cruz getting up. Happy Match. Happy Match has won it by 3/4 of length. Second close, a bob between Swift Bee with Pink Picture photo. Quibble back and forth.
We are 10 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And we've got a bottom level claimer, 3-year-olds and up. They're in for a nickel and they're going 6 furlongs. There's no changes in here. The 5's the current favorite. And I'm going to go with the 2 here, 5-1. This is a pretty interesting race, but risk profile jumped off at me. I always take note to the ones that Steve owns. It's kind of, he has had this horse for a while, since last year. He claimed Oaklawn. And he owns and trains. This is an 8-year-old gelding by Into Mischief. And Keith's riding for him today. They had a double earlier in the week. So caught the slop last time, and look at this. Just a lovely rein. See Hector Rodriguez there saddling him. Wonderful assistant trainer that runs his string here. And this one's been in this class. He gets away pretty far back. I mean, he's got that closing speed, but he's back at sprint distance today. At this 6 furlongs particularly, he puts up his best speed figures when he's ran at these. And like I said, him and Keith have had a couple wins this week. So him and Eric actually had a double together either Tuesday, I do believe. But Keith, he's just a really nice guy, really talented kid. That whole family, they're wonderful. The 4 is who I'm going to go with next, Moped Mo. I really liked Moped Mo when I first started looking at this race because he's dropping down from a $7,500 race. And he was second by a nose. He caught the slop, so I was like, you know what? It's a fast track today. I bet he just likes the off going. Well, it's still fast right now, and it looks like the rain has the rain kind of stopped, guys? Looks like so that. Yeah. My AV guy said the camera makes it look worse than it is, which is so true. Just a little sprinkling, which is what we got earlier, should not affect it. So I kind of thought, okay, he likes the off track. I'll put him in for second. But if there is something happens and we do get some rain before this race goes off, which the way it's been going here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, you never know. I had to include Moped Mo. Rob Dobbs having a wonderful meet, 20% win clip, 52% of the money. Love to see Rob doing well around here. He's had a really nice couple of years. And Santo's aboard, and Santo had a double yesterday. So just good connections. I think this horse fits here in the same class and was so close, but I thought, hey, maybe the slop. And then the 3 more than 5 is who I'm going to round it out with at 7-2. The 3 more than 5 is coming off of a turf race, and this was one of those ones where they switched everything up. You know, they sprinted this horse predominantly in its career, and then caught the slop couple back on July 28th and ended up 3rd. Has sort of come from off the pace running style. I think he needs to be involved a little bit earlier than he has been. In some of the races where he's a couple lengths off the lead, he does really well. If he gets too far back, I feel like he kind of doesn't get into it. But man, he's going back to 5 where he was 3rd on the slop. They're back to sprint and catches a fast track today. So returning to dirt, the key, dropping in class as well. And, Gennaro, one of our top trainers, he's in second in the standings, and he's got high percentages, obviously, when he's dropping down 2+ classes, 26% actually out of about 100 starts. It's not bad. And you see Marcelino coming out there. He's looking for a riding double today on the card after taking the opener for Brilliant Racing. Let's see if we can't get him another win today. But I'm on the 2 risk profile. I got the Asmussen boys on top. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the third race. This sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 9. No program changes, all 9 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes, 2 post time. Less than 1 minute to post time for the sprint. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Mitch Morrow with Jackson's Roar. First of the 9 into the B&H Electric starting gate. Rocket 88, Joe Ramos with 56 wins here this season. Keith Asmussen, risk profile, loading up. Rodney Prescott, Lord Majesty to post 6. Now more than 5. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. won the opener. Spider Woman and Happy Match, our first 2 winners. More than 5 installed, a few more back. Alberto Burgos with Mickey Prado being led up here at the 6 furlong start. Sando Sanjor with Moped Mo. Evan Roman Devil's got to go in and one more. Jose Gutierrez with Is My Business. All in line. And they're off. Lord Majesty broke sharp. Moped Mo with Girdly Speed. And right there is Mickey Prado along with Is My Business as they vie early. And here's Jackson Roar now with a rush from the rail to join these leaders, making its run toward the half-mile pole. It's Moped Mo just in front. Lord Majesty in the white cap and Jackson's Roar engages with the rail. Is My Business a wide fourth? They're well grouped. Mickey Prado just in 5th. More than 5 is 6th, but in traffic. Rocket 88 coming up in the clear as they enter the far turn. Risk Profiles running second to last and Devil's Gotta Go trails. Quarter battle through in 22.71 seconds, inside 3 to go. Is My Business. Is My Business takes a short lead from Lord Majesty. Here's Rocket 88 right there at the point of attack for Joe Ramos. Mickey Prado on the far outside. More than 5 is looking for a gap. Moped Mo showed speed but has dropped back as they turn for home. It is Rocket 88 who runs at Is My Business. Half mile, 46.09 seconds with the rail for Jose Gutierrez. Is My Business. Is My Business leads. Kicks 3 clear from Rocket 88. More than 5 with the late charge. Mickey Prado's back in 4th. Is My Business will be the winner. Is My Business by 5 from More Than 5. Rocket 88 was 3rd. Mickey Prado finished 4th. One 11.25 after the sprint. 9.358 the unofficial. 9 Is My Business. 3 to 1 first. 3 More Than 5. 7 to 2 the runner-up. Number 5 Rocket 88. 5 to 1 third and 8 Mickey Prado. 19 to 1 fourth. Here's the slow-mo. Is My Business. Clear-cut win. Apprentice Jose Gutierrez claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance with his 23rd career victory. Has beaten home More Than 5. Rocket 88. Mickey Prado 4th, unofficial, 9.358. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 9 is My Business with Jose Gutierrez. Is My Business is a 3-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Cloud Computing. And the flatter mare earned, owned and trained by Rogelio Labra. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections at 3-1 is My Business. The result of the third race, official. 9-3 exacta, paid $34.80. 50-cent trifecta, 9-3-5, $40.80. The 4-9 double, 122.80, with Mickey O'Prado fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 9-3-5-8, paid $61.60. First pick 3 of the day, 7 with the 4 with the 9, paid $47.15. In the sprint, all 9 ran 111.25 seconds. Fourth race, first of 3 today, Carter for the turf course. Fur, really 24 feet. In the maiden turf miles, scratch the 8 Pelagio, and 13 Gimmel was entered as a main track only. Scratch the 8 to number 13. A couple of jockey changes. 1 Bravitas, make the jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Won the opener with Spider Woman. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides 1 Bravitas. And a jockey change for number 11, Old Trace, to Rodney Prescott. Second all-time winningest jockey here, Rodney Prescott, rides the 5-race maiden, number 11, Old Trace. 8 and 13 are the non-runners. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Not only the start to the 50-cent late pick 5, first leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Course firm, another 24 feet, and a fast main track for those wagering on the late pick 5. Post time in 21 minutes at 3:46. All in line. And they're off. Lord Majesty broke sharp. Moped Mo with Girdley Speed. And right there is Mickey O'Prado along with Is My Business as they vie early. And here's Jackson Roar now with a rush from the rail to join these leaders, making its run toward the half-mile pole. It's Moped Mo just in front. Lord Majesty in the white cap, and Jackson's Roar engages with the rail. Is My Business a wide fourth? They're well grouped. Mickey O'Prado just in fifth. More than 5 is sixth, but in traffic. Rocket 88 coming up in the clear as they enter the far turn. Risk Profiles running second to last, and Devil's Gotta Go trails. Quarter battle through in 22.71 seconds, inside 3 to go. Is My Business. Is My Business takes a short lead from Lord Majesty. Here's Rocket 88. Right there at the point of attack for Joe Ramos. Mickey O'Prado on the far outside. More than 5 is looking for a gap. Moped Mo showed speed but has dropped back as they turn for home. It is Rocket 88 who runs at Is My Business. Half mile, 46.09 seconds with the rail for Jose Gutierrez. Is My Business. Is My Business leads. Kicks 3 clear from Rocket 88. More than 5 of the late charge. Mickey O'Prado's back in fourth. Is My Business will be the winner. Is My Business by 5 for more than 5. Rocket 88 was third. Mickey O'Prado finished fourth. From the third race sprint, there were 3 claims in for 6 Lord Majesty. For $5,000 in a 3-way shake, Lord Majesty was claimed. New owners, Joshua Galindo and Brianna Johnson. Trainer Clamaco Galindo Torres claimed Lord Majesty from the third in a 3-way shake.
the 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
It's explosive speed and first-class power as America's fastest athletes step on the track for Quarter Horse Stakes Day, Saturday, August 30th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Enjoy numerous activities, including trackside promotions, contests, free kids activities, and more. Racing gets underway at 10:45 a.m. with ample seating indoors and under the new awning. It's all happening Saturday, August 30th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Look for more info at HS Indy Racing.
Back down here in the paddock on a beautiful summerish fall-like day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we are thankful to be on a firm turf course. We'll be back on that turf for the first time of the day, just 9 minutes away, kicking off not only the $1 Horseshoe hat trick, but also the Late Fire 5. 3 of your next 5 races all going to be on that beautiful firm turf course of ours. Scratch numbers 8 and 13 out of this event leaves us with a field of 11 set to battle it out over 1 mile in here. But let's take a look at this field for the upcoming 4th race with those scratches. I'm going to look no further than number 3, Patronage, Joe Ramos and Mike Maker. Mike Maker already a winner on the day at Saratoga with a first-time starter named O. Also has a couple of horses over at Kentucky Downs. The man's got his barn firing on all cylinders all across the country, and I am hopeful that Patronage can be the day today. This is a horse who is claimed for $35,000, and that claim was well below the purchase price of $120,000. Whoever's dipped into the waters of Patronage thus far have not found it too financially rewarding. However, we're just looking at one race as bettors, and I don't really fancy how other people have done, other bloodstock agents have done. So this horse finds his friends today, has been on the turf course in the past 7 tries. In fact, all the starts have been on the turf for this New York bred. Joe Ramos going to be calling the shots, which is always a good sign for Mike Maker. They win at 27%. They teamed up with an easy winner on our turf yesterday. This was the beaten favorite last time out at even money. Has a little bit of pace dependency to him. He doesn't have a ton of early foot, but he has a nice closing kick, and I think he should be able to sit tactically close in here. But always lukewarm when you lose at Belterra as the even money favorite and then ship over here. 7-2 on the board. As you can tell, a wide open betting event in here. The bettors are having a difficult time navigating who should be favored. In fact, 1, 3, and 4, all between 7-2 and 4-1 at this point. But one of the field's long shots is Decatur Street, and why not? Joshua Morales, Jose Casares, 0 for 11 with 2 second-place finishes in here for Jimenez Racing Stables. I understand that this horse just lost at maiden 5,000. However, maiden 12,500 is the lowest we write for our turf course. So it's somewhat of a lateral class move, in my opinion, just trying to get back on the turf. And it makes a ton of sense. This is a horse who fought unwillingly in the slop July 16th, has been well spaced, is about 6 weeks out of that last race for this 4-year-old gelding who's got some breeding on the top and the bottom for the turf. Street Sense on the top, Smart Strike on the bottom. There's breeding there. And then you go to those races this winter at Turfway. They weren't bad by any means. In fact, career best on the synthetic. While I do think this horse likely wants to be on the synthetic, turf and synthetic, at least in my handicapping, play very similarly. And I know that this horse can handle the synthetic, had career best races on the synthetic, and I am hopeful with Street Sense and Smart Strike in the breeding, Decatur Street is going to take to our turf with a plum at double-digit odds of 13-1. But even better than that, how about Thomas Medina's season this year? In 2025, the man is winning at 21%. Him and his team have been sending things to the starting gate that just continue to run well. They find more in the tank when it matters most, and they're winning at a huge percentage here at Horseshoe Indy, and they've had themselves a very nice meet, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. Plus, you get Alberto Burgos, a rider who excels on our turf course, and he's winning at 16%. They win at 23% when they team up together, and you're getting all of 30-1 on Captain Case. Very similar to Decatur Street. This is a horse who has tried the synthetic in the past, hasn't been seen since April. Can be a lot of improvement between April and now almost September here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And speaking of improvement, maybe the horse would not agree, because since that time, this 3-year-old has been gelded the ultimate equipment change. He looks cool, calm, and relaxed down here in the paddock. And the $12,500 claiming price, not a concern. They picked this horse up this winter for $7,500, so still above that claiming price in here. And you just can't dismiss anything that the Medina gang is sending out at this point, especially when it's 30-1. So let's take a look at this late Fire 5. Now just 5 minutes away. Take you through how I viewed the last 5 races. 60% of them are going to be on our turf course. I've assembled a ticket. I had a tough time getting around Mitch, the undefeated Mitch. I believe is going to handle the turf. I have no reason to think that he's not going to handle our turf course. The last race, this is a glorified stakes race. I mean, you've got Dragoon Guard, the Grade 3 Indiana Derby champion from last season, making his weighted return to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where he's a perfect 1-for-1. But I'm also going to use 15-1 Karen Whittick's Sir Staffer. Seems like Kathleen O'Connell and Karen Whittick have developed some sort of friendship, as they've transferred quite a few horses from Florida up to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and they've done so at an incredible rate. Karen Whittick with 11 starts. Yes, it is a little bit of a small sample size, winning at 36% with horses that come up here and race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And this Florida bred is somewhat of a win machine. $180,000 in earnings. The DeBello Racing, they own and bred the 6-year-old gelding, and this horse likes it on the main track as well. 5 for 9, and has been pointed to this spot. May 2nd was the last time they raced down at Tampa Bay Downs, losing to Drama Chorus, an old veteran down there who's in very good form at times. But Sir Stafford deserves a look. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., already a winner on the day. Karen Whittick winning at 36%. Dragoon Guard going to be heavily back, going to be tough to beat. But I think there's value in this late Fire 5 because races 4, 5, and 6 absolutely wide open. A huge field, 11 of them set to battle it out over a mile on a beautiful Thursday at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and you can't win it if you're not in it. So dive into that late Fire 5 right now.
The horses called posted now for the fourth race. Maiden Turf Mile, a field of 11. Scratch the 8, Pelagio, and 13, Gimmel. Was entered as a main track only. Scratch the 8 and number 13. Juan Bravatas, a jockey change to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. As a win on the card, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides the Juan Bravatas. Number 11, Old Trace. Make the jockey there, Rodney Prescott. Rodney Prescott on the 5-race maiden, number 11, Old Trace. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Maiden Turf Mile starts the 50-cent late pick 5 and the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Featured on the card, course firm, really 24 feet and a fast main track. Close to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. For the first of 3 times today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on final approach for the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden. Bravatas, the son of Constitution, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. On the first of the day, Bravatas first in. Javier Padron Barcenas with a little bit sideways loaded. Final scene. Now, final scene, ready to load. Fernando de la Cruz on the Thursday scoreboard. The first 3 of 11 have moved into the starting gate. Evan Roman, Liquor Talk, drew 7. Joe Ramos with Patronage. Loading here for the mile. Josh Morales with Decatur Street. Mitchell Murrell partners Timbo's Tangler. Keith Asmussen with Personal Creed. Coming up. Bazzaro. Jose Gutierrez can claim a double. Rodney Prescott with Old Trace. Bazzaro's in. One more. Captain Case, Alberto Burgos with 44 wins here this season. Horse firm rail at 24 feet. This was the start to the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All-Turf Pick 3. They're in the gate. And they're off. Toward the inside, Bravatas broke sharp. An early bid by Bazzaro, Timbo's Tangler. Also up with these leaders as they make their way toward the first turn. And here's Decatur Street with an early move, and Personal Creed is right there too. So nearest the inside, it's Bazzaro, who just leads out to the stretch here for Jose Gutierrez, 6 furlongs to run. Bazzaro takes charge of the pace from a close-up Decatur Street, and Timbo's Tangler right there on the rail at 24 feet as these leaders go to the back of the course. Then to the inside is Bravatas, who's held off of heels there by Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Personal Creed is up with these leaders, along with on the outside a little bit sideways there, well grouped. Then comes Captain Case, who follows midfield, 6 from the leader. As they go up the back, Bazzaro a half mile from home. Then farther back to Old Trace on the outside with Liquor Talk. Final scene is running second to last, and Patronage trails the maiden turf mile. 23.33 lead seconds, half mile in just over 48. And it's Bazzaro. Bazzaro's in front of a close-up Timbo's Tangler, who's starting to gain. And on the outside is Decatur Street. As they round the far turn with Personal Creed in 4th. Then comes Bravatas in 5th. Velvet sideways a wide 6th. Captain Case is 7th. On the outside is Old Trace as they come past the quarter pole. And then comes on the far outside Patronage, who's trying to unwind. Liquor Talk, and finally final scene. 3/4, 1 minute 12.02 seconds. It is Bazzaro. Here comes Personal Creed, who's hit the front for Keith Asmussen. Timbo's Tangler tries to run on. On the outside is Patronage along with Bravatas. They're close to home. It's Personal Creed. Personal Creed trying to hold Patronage. Personal Creed on the wire with Patronage. Close call. Timbo's Tangler 3rd, and then Bravatas and final scene. Photo finish. This one's up to the judges. .137.12 after the maiden turf mile. Win photograph. Please hold all tickets. First turf race of the day, it's up to the judges. 137.12. Here's the slow-mo after the maiden turf mile photo. Here's the verdict. 10-3-4-1-10, Personal Queen. 21-1, scrapes in. Narrow margin of victory over 3, Patronage. 3-1, closed at the finish. 10-3 and nose between them. For Timbo's Tangler, 5-1 third and 1 Bravitas. 3-1 fourth, Keith Asmussen for his Hall of Fame father. And Mike McCarty, fifth start for the son of Jimmy Creed. Personal Queen by an inch. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 10. Personal Creed with Keith Asmussen. Personal Creed is a 3-year-old bank colt by Jimmy Creed. And a Barbie Sue by Purge. Trained by the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen for Mike McCarty and the Royal Blue and Gold Diamonds and Gold Cap. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Personal Creed. Takes out the maiden turf mile to return $44 even. A nose over Patronage. Timbo's Tangler third, Bravitas fourth for the Superfecta. The 50-cent pick 3, 4 with the 9 with the 10, Personal Creed. Return $357.30. The 10-3 Exacta, a bob at the head between them, $293.60. 50-cent Trifecta, $366.50. 9-10 double paid $219.80. The 10-cent Superfecta, $240.32. Bravitas ran fourth. 11 ran on the maiden turf mile, 137.12. 23 minutes away, race 5. Mid and Juvenile Fillies turf mile, scratch the 2. Maxfield's Dream and the 7 Dublin Drop. Scratch the 2 and the 7. No rider changes. 10 Prayer Unbridled, 2 pounds over the listed program weight there. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts with the $1 late pick 4 presented daily by Itoba. Post time 4:20 as a reminder. For all Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, no live racing here tomorrow. First Floor Road TV open for simulcast wagering. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino 24/7. Next live race card will be on Saturday morning for an all-quarter horse card, including the finals of the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Derby and Futurity. All stakes quarter horse card here. A lot of action on Saturday morning, kicking off at 10:45 a.m. No live racing on Sunday, and no live racing on Labor Day Monday. Back on Saturday with that quarter horse card at 10:45 a.m. Here comes a maiden turf mile race replay. We're in the gate. And they're off. Toward the inside, Bravitas broke sharp. An early bid by Bizarro, Timbo's Tangler. Also up with these leaders as they make their way toward the first turn. And here's Decatur Street with an early move, and Personal Queen is right there too. So nearest the inside, it's Bizarro, who just leads out to the stretch here for Jose Gutierrez, 6 furlongs to run. Bizarro takes charge of the pace from a close-up Decatur Street, and Timbo's Tangler right there on the rail at 24 feet as these leaders go to the back of the course. Then to the inside is Bravitas, who's held off of heels there by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Personal Queen is up with these leaders, along with on the outside a little bit sideways there, well grouped. Then comes Captain Case, who follows midfield, 6 from the leader. As they go up the back, Bizarro a half mile from home. Then farther back to Old Trace on the outside with Liquor Talk. Final Scene is running second to last, and Patronage trails the maiden turf mile. 23.33 lead seconds, half mile in just over 48. And it's Bizarro. Bizarro's in front of a close-up Timbo's Tangler, who's starting to gain. And on the outside is Decatur Street. As they round the far turn with Personal Creed in 4th. Then comes Bravitas in 5th. Velvet sideways a wide 6th. Captain Case is 7th. On the outside is Old Trace as they come past the quarter pole. And then comes on the far outside Patronage, who's trying to unwind. Liquor Talk, and finally Final Scene. 3/4, 1 minute 12.02 seconds. It is Bizarro. Here comes Personal Queen, who's hit the front for Keith Asmussen. Timbo's Tangler tries to run on. On the outside is Patronage along with Bravitas. They're close to home. It's Personal Queen. Personal Queen trying to hold Patronage. Personal Queen on the wire with Patronage. Close call. Timbo's Tangler 3rd, and then Bravitas are in the game.
10 minutes to race 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Weird weather again, a little bit of rain, no big deal. We're still fast. Now the sun's out. It's just a gorgeous day here in central Indiana. We've got a turf race going postward, and this is our Grayson Grass Challenge. I had to bring my cup up. I'm usually the one giving people swag, so when people give me things, I get very excited. I also got a brush for my horse's tail, mane and tail, horse shampoo and peppermint. So thanks to Grayson for my cup. We are going to try to raise some money for them, and we've shown the graphic. Shout out to all my fellow handicappers, Brian, Jean, Scott, Jenna, Jimmy Mack filled in last minute, Dan, and I just love being a part of this. And I went with a big exacta today. I kind of swung for the fences, just trying to cash whatever I could, because even if I don't, whatever I make, whether it's $10 or I invest 50 and get back 60, that whole 60 will go to Grayson Grass. So I just sort of tried to do anything I could to cash a ticket today. We have the 2 and the 7 scratched out of this race, but I went with the 9 on top. This is a hard one. I ended up texting Ricky Giannini, Brad's assistant, and saying, you know, tell me, when you have first-time starters, you know, trying to talk to people and get some insight is key. Also, watch the tote board for clues, and also just see how they're acting in the paddock. This guy seems pretty chill. This is a lady. These are 2-year-old fillies. And Retrospective is my top selection. Marcelino winning the opener here today for Michelle Lovell, and Marcelino aboard for Rudolph Brissett, who has this 2-year-old filly ready to go, it looks like, by the work pattern. And she's really nicely bred. She's got a little bit of Medaglia d'Oro in the grandsire there, and she's got a bullet work on August 5th on the Poly. As well as some other nice works leading into this, including from the gate. So August 5th at Turfway, that was 47-3, won a 20. And then I really like that gate work on August 12th at Turfway, 4 furlongs, 48-1, gate 2 of 20. So I like her. Brissett has been hot as of late. Marcelino's heating up as well. So I've got Retrospective sitting on the board at 10-1 right now. The 6 is the heavy favorite. And then I'm going to go to the 3, Dame Laura, 7-2 on the tote board. Evan Roman aboard for Brendan Walsh. This is a 2-year-old filly by Munnings, a Tappet Dam, Godolphin bred, and Godolphin owned. So very classy connections. Brendan, obviously, very talented trainer. Got another first-time starter, but I do like the gate work on the Poly, August 20th, coming into this race at Turfway. And then a couple others that I think can be credited into July, a nice gate work. She is just looking all class in the paddock, quite honestly. She seems completely laid back. They've obviously, got her ready for this race because she doesn't seem excited at all. They're doing a good job just to kind of keep her chill. So I'm going to go with the Brendan Walsh and the Godolphin team for my exacta. And then to round it out, I put the other Brad Cox. The 6 is a 3-1. And I'm going with Hit Parade. Ricky said he kind of liked this one. It's a first-time starter. It's a 2-year-old filly by Street Sense. He just got both of these in, so they don't fire today. I'd give Ricky a little bit of a chance to see how they do getting settled in, but he just got them this week. But as I said, here's another one that's just classy connections. A 2-year-old filly by Street Sense, Candy Ride, Gary and Mary West. Brendan owned her, and she's also been working at Turfway. So you can see Ricky's there in the paddock getting her saddled right now. Just finished up with her, probably heading over to the 6. August 22nd, a work, and then I really like this bullet from the gate. 1 of 43 at Turfway, 47-4 there. So just a really nice group, but it's first-time starters, so just close your eyes and make a bet. I'm going to tell you guys my exacta. It's a $48 exacta key box, okay? I'm just trying to make money for Grayson. 3,911 overall. Hopefully we get a big long shot coming in second. And then I also have an Itoba late pick 4 ticket that's only $32. This is the one I went the deepest in. I went 1983. I just have a feeling about the one Juno Palace. Sammy B is up. should like the grass. Dam has 2 winners from 5 starters and has produced a turf winner. Layoff, stretching out in distance. There's a lot switching up for that long shot, so I included the 1 just in case. And then in the next race, the 6th, I went with the 2 and the 8. Sippy's got a first-time starter that looks nice in that race. And then on to 7, that's another one of our Grayson grass races, so it's an allowance on 2 entry that is a mile on the grass. I did an exacta all over 3 in the 7th. I'll talk to you guys about that a little bit later. And then an exacta key 3 overall. And then for the last leg, I went 4-6. This was another one that you could probably have singled the 4 to 5 favorite Dragoon Guard, our Indiana Derby winner from last year, but I'm superstitious and I believe if I single him, he won't win. So I included the 6 in there, best actor, who was 2nd in the Indiana Derby a few years ago. 4 minutes to the 5th race and the start of the Itoba late pick 4. Indiana Thoroughbred Owner and Breeders Association is wonderful. We have a great purse structure. If you've ever been interested in owning a thoroughbred, head to their website. They do amazing work. Good luck.
The horses call post right now for the 5th race. Maiden Juvenile Fillies Turf Mile. Course firm rail at 24 feet, a field of 9. Scratch 2, Maxfield's Dream. And the 7, Dublin Drop. Scratch the 2 and number 7. No rider changes. 10, Prayer Unbridled, 2 over. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. The Maiden Juvenile Fillies Turf Mile starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. For a second time today, crossing over to the turf course. Nearing the 1 mile start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading start, Sammy Bermudez with Juno Palace. The first filling in. Mitch Morrow with Passport 2 has joined Juno Palace. Evan Roman with Dame Laura making her maiden voyage. Dame Laura walked right in. Magic Notion, Keith Asmussen riding for a double. Personal Queen won the maiden in 137.12 on this firm course. Santos Sanjo with Minstrelly. Joe Ramos, Astronova. Astronova. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Retrospective. For Rodolphe Basset and Montecule, 2 back. Joel Albornoz with Prayer Unbridled. Here over the mile, 1 more. Fernando de la Cruz Hit Parade. One of the 7 first-time starters. This is a leg of the Grayson Grass Challenge. Of course, here firm, rail at 24 feet. 9-5 favorite. Hit Parade. Magic Notion getting fractious in the starting gate. She's calmer. Hit Parade. Ready, all in. And they're off. Prayer Unbridled stumbled and drops back to last. Juno Palace really sharply away from the rail for Sammy Bermudez. Here comes Retrospective with a white cap, and Hit Parade is right there forward as they make the way toward the first turn. Then the Godolphin newcomer, Dame Laura in the Royal Blue. Magic Notion with Passport 2, Prayer Unbridled, trying to overcome an awkward start as they enter the first turn. Minstrelly, and the trailer is Astronova. They round the first turn, just inside 6 furlongs to run, and it's Retrospective. Retrospective to the early lead for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. The quarter 23.52 seconds. Going up the back as Hit Parade follows Retrospective. Magic Notion third on the outside. Then comes Juno Palace with Dame Laura in between fillies, and Prayer Unbridled is out deep on the course. 5 to 6 lengths off of leader Retrospective, who leads Hit Parade past the half mile. Then comes Passport 2 in an orange cap, racing 2 clear from Minstrelly and Astronova. Half mile in 48.19 seconds. They enter the far turn. It's Retrospective. Retrospective continues the target. Leads Hit Parade, who's getting her cue now from Fernando de la Cruz as Juno Palace comes up the rail. Dame Laura looks to quick in between horses. Far outside Magic Notion. Then Passport 2 with Minstrelly. Further back Astronova and Prayer Unbridled. As these maiden 2-year-old fillies come for home. Dame Laura sweeping. Sweeping after Retrospective. 3/4, 1 minute 12.75 seconds. It's Dame Laura. Dame Laura, the door of Bunnings, has taken the lead from Retrospective, and she's kicking clear, Dame Laura. And then comes Hit Parade, joined to the inside by Minstrelly, but she's raced away. Dame Laura, Evan Roman for Brendan Walsh, a Godolphin newcomer. Dame Laura won by 4. Retrospective stayed on to run second. Third's close. A nose between Hit Parade with Minstrelly, then Astronova. $137.14 after the maiden juvenile fillies turf mile. 137.14. 3-9, then a show photo. 3 Dame Laura first. 9 Retrospective was second. It's a photo for third. Third is up to the judges. Here's the slow-mo. Dame Laura, Evan Roman, Brendan Walsh, Godolphin. Retrospective making her bow for Montecula and Rudolph Brissett. Hit Parade with Minstrelly and Astronova. Passport 2 was next. Juno Palace among those final fillies home. 11, Hit Parade was second. 4, Minstrelly fourth. It's 3-9. 11 was third, and the 4, Minstrelly fourth. 3-9, 11. Hit Parade third, and 4, Minstrelly fourth after race 5. Hold all tickets until official. Race 5 official. Result confirmed by the judges. 3-9, 11-4. Dame Laura has beaten home Retrospective, Hit Parade. Minstrelly 4th, Astronova 5th. 137.14. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 3, Dame Laura with Emma Roman. Dame Laura, that big white plains 2-year-old chestnut filly by Munnings. Out of the Tappet mare, Antithesis, trained by Brendan Walsh. For Godolphin, of Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Dame Laura. Wins the maiden juvenile fillies turf. Official. The 3-9 exacta paid $39.40. Minstrelly was 4th. 10-cent Superfecta paid $65.96. Pick 3, $533.85. 3 9 11 50 cent trifecta. Hit Parade third, 51.40. 10 3 double 3, 48.40. The 50 cent early pick 5 paid $13,100.20. 5 of 5. $1 early pick 4, 4 of 4. $12,086.40. 9 ran in the maiden juvenile fillies turf mile. 137.14 after the running of race 5. 6th race. Scratch the 4, Brooklyn Benny, and 5, Dreamy Druso. Scratch the 4, number 5. 12, Del Cap Alice, the jockey Joseph Romero. Waits okay there. Joseph Romero rides the 12, Del Cap Alice. One party in the club. Ownership, KP Thoroughbreds, NLC, Kathy Dent, Devaris Douglas, Terry Quinkert, Luciane Hinger Hubiak, and Jane Lasanby. That's an ownership spelling correction. Part of the ownership for the one party in the club. And 2, Cloudless Days, the ownership is Kenneth Ayers. Scratch 4 and 5, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10 set grand high 5. First pentafecta wager of the day, double pick 3. Post time in 20 minutes at 4:53. Ready, all in. And they're off. Prayer Unbridled stumbled and drops back to last. Juno Palace really sharply away from the rail for Sammy Bermudez. Here comes Retrospective with a white cap, and Hit Parade is right there forward as they make the way toward the first turn. Then the Godolphin newcomer, Dame Laura in the Royal Blue. Magic Notion with Passport 2, Prayer Unbridled, trying to overcome an awkward start as they enter the first turn. Minstrelly, and the trailer is Astronova. They round the first turn, just inside 6 furlongs to run, and it's Retrospective. Retrospective to the early lead for Marcelino Pedroso Jr., the quarter 23.52 seconds. Going up the back as Hit Parade follows Retrospective. Magic Notion third on the outside. Then comes Juno Palace with Dame Laura in between fillies, and Prayer Unbridled is out deep on the course. 5 to 6 lengths off of leader Retrospective, who leads Hit Parade past the half mile. Then comes Passport 2 in an orange cap, racing 2 clear from Minstrelly and Astronova. Half mile in 48.19 seconds. They enter the far turn, it's Retrospective. Retrospective continues the target, leads Hit Parade, who's getting her cue now from Fernando Veta Cruz as Juno Palace comes up the rail. Dame Laura looks to quick in between horses, far outside Magic Notion, then Passport 2 with Minstrelly, further back Astronova and Prayer Unbridled. As these maiden 2-year-old fillies come for home, Dame Laura sweeping after Retrospective, 3/4 1 minute 12.75 seconds. It's Dame Laura. Dame Laura, the door of Bunnings, has taken the lead from Retrospective, and she's kicking clear, Dame Laura. And then comes Hit Parade, joined to the inside by Minstrelly, but she's raced away. Dame Laura, Evan Roman for Brendan Walsh, a Godolphin newcomer. Dame Laura won by 4. Retrospective stayed on to run second. Third's close. A nose between Hit Parade with Minstrelly, then Astronova. Ready, all in.
huge horizontal payouts thanks to Keith Asmussen winning in that turf race in race number 4. Then you get a favorite in race 5. Over $12,000 for that $1 pick 4, $14,000 and change for that early pick 5, and we're off to an excellent start in the Itoba pick 4 as well as that late fire 5. We'll see if any more big prices are here to pop with 4 races to go on a Thursday afternoon. But if you're having fun, don't forget, we've got racing on Saturday morning as well with some stakes action Saturday, and Martha Clausen, the very talented quarter horse guru that we call our own here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, is going to be on track as well. So plenty of opportunities to make some money heading into the weekend here at Horseshoe Indian. Speaking of making monies, 2-year-olds, first-time starters mixed in with some horses with experience in here, 5.5 furlongs. The distance scratch 4 and 5. Brooklyn Benny and Dreamy Druso out of this upcoming 6th race. I'm going to go all the way to the outside. Del Cap Alice. Gennaro Garcia and his team saw something they liked in this 2-year-old filly, and that's enough for me. This horse has experience, privately purchased since that debut July 26th. Gennaro Garcia, being the horseman that he is, saw that there was an Indiana bred debuting at Delaware, and to his, I'm not sure if he was going to be in, whether it was good or bad or whatnot, because he didn't claim privately purchased after the race. However, this horse ran huge. I was actually watching the race because I'm a degenerate gambler, and I like to bet on races, whether it's here or across the country. And I watched the race live, and I thought that this horse broke a bit slow, didn't know much about the starting gate, did take some action, went off below 3-1 in a 6-horse field. Wasn't favored, though. Broke slow and finished up very, very willingly. This horse was closing into it. Now, the final time, they're not going to set any land records over at Delaware Park because they stopped the clock in 101.18. Not a fast time. Not going to be a record over there or anywhere. But this horse was running on late, should be much improved today. Gennaro Garcia saw something he liked, and it's a cool spot. Privately purchased out of that race. Now you've got an Indiana bred running at the maiden special weight level and in with a big, big chance, especially at 10-1. And this is what Gennaro does. Claim elsewhere, bring over here, and collect his paycheck. And he gets Romero calling the shots. He's already a winner on the day. He looks for a riding double in here, 10-1 on the board. But all the money has come in on the first-time starter for Cipriano Contreras and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Marcelino already a winner today as well for Kenny Aris. The homebred Cloudless Day, 2-year-old filly by Cloud Computing out of Maggie Sue, and I expected this horse to go off favorite. I didn't expect the money to come in the manner that it has. 4-1 morning line, currently 6-5 on the board. Maggie Sue, that horse banked $73,000 from 4 victories all around the country. Raced here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, raced at Churchill, Keeneland, even tried Tampa Bay Downs as well. She's been productive as a broodmare. In fact, she's turned out some amazing animals. This one is a half to Demolisher. I've got a coffee mug on my desk with Demolisher. Not many horses have coffee mugs after them, but Demolisher was an incredible animal, one that we lost far too soon. 5 for 6, banked $331,000. The lone defeat was in a grade 3 at Keeneland, and Demolisher is very missed, and I'm sure the connections are hoping that Cloudless Day will fill that hole in their hearts today when they watch Cloudless Day debut. 7-5, the money's flying in, and with breeding like that, I would expect this 2-year-old filly to be a stone-cold runner, and the early money says that she is just that. But number 3 is Caddy Justice, Santo Sanger Justice Farm. Anytime you see a Justice, you got to pay attention here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This 2-year-old filly by Raging Bull, maybe the turf in the future for Caddy Justice, but they're going to debut on the dirt. You've got Raging Bull, Kitten's Joy on the bottom. The mare, Beautiful Cat, was a 5-time runner, all turf. However, she's yet to produce a winner. She did throw out Wild Charm, who's 0 for 5 in the career. So I think Caddy Justice has some connections that can win early in Tom Medina and Santos Sanger. The workouts have been slow. They've been consistent. The turf is likely in the very near future for Caddy Justice, but connections you cannot dismiss at a huge price, 16-1 on the good-looking 2-year-old filly by Raging Bull. But all the money's come in on Cloudless Day. I like the experience of Del Cap Alice coming in from Delaware Park. We'll see if Gennaro Garcia can do what he does best, find horses elsewhere, and bring them here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Otherwise, Cloudless Day, the sibling to Demolisher, who was a freak here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, set to make the debut. A lot of excitement coming at you 5 minutes away from race number 6.
The maiden juvenile filly stepping onto the track for the 6th race, infield of 10. Scratch the 4, Brooklyn Benny, and 5, Dreamy Druso. Scratch the 4, number 5, 12, Del Cap Alice. Joseph Romero rides the 12, Del Cap Alice, weights correct. No overweights here, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent Grand High 5, first Pentafecta, featured on the card. Double pick 3. Drawing closer to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. With Sammy Ramirez first up. Party in the Club. Fernando de la Cruz, Dreaming Bonita. The first two in. Now Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Cloudless Day making her bow. 3-2 favorite, Cloudless Day. Went in okay. Luis Contreras, Obvious Agenda loaded. Santos Sanjor, Caddy Justice making her bow. Jose Gutierrez, Kaboom. Joella Barnos with Panthers Princess. Another of the newcomers. Anthony Zalo with Moonlight Girl in the gold. Two back. Alberto Burgos, Golden Creek. Like Kaboom. Both of the Lowers. Golden Creek with a green cap and one more. Joseph Romero. Del Cap Alice. She was second on debut at Delaware Park. Up comes Del Cap Alice. Cloudless Day. 6-5 favorite. They're in the gate. Let's listen in. And they're off. Fast start for Caddy Justice. Dreaming Bonita's right there. Obvious Agenda in the black cap. And there's Golden Creek, who makes a split. It's Golden Creek narrowly. Tackled by Caddy Justice, and right there, Dreaming Bonita forcing the issue with Obvious Agenda, showing positional pace, running in fourth. Del Cap Alice a wide fifth. Kaboom is sixth with a white cap. Cloudless Day in the orange silks with the rail to 3.5, and moving up between horses, Party in the Club. Beaten for speed. The trailers are Panthers Princess and Moonlight Girl is last in the maiden juvenile filly sprint. The quarter 22.77 seconds. Coming toward the quarter pole, Dreaming Bonita looms up for Golden Creek. It's Dreaming Bonita going for home. Obvious Agenda closing now on the outside. Kaboom's on the far outside as they straighten away. Cloudless Day in fifth. Then comes Party in the Club on the far outside, and Caddy Justice top of the lane. Between horses, Dreaming Bonita has emerged in front. 1 furlong to go for Dreaming Bonita. On the outside, Kaboom. Obvious Agenda. Dropping back was Golden Creek from her early efforts. Party in the Club and Cloudless Day. They're close to home. It's Kaboom. Kaboom coming for Jose Gutierrez. Kaboom. And Kaboom lands the winning blow over Dreaming Bonita. Party in the Club was third, Obvious Agenda fourth, and Cloudless Day finished fifth. 107 flat after the maiden juvenile filly sprint. 107. The judges have called for a win photograph. Hold all tickets. $10-8, 192, 10 Kaboom, 6-1 first, 8 Dreaming Bonita, 5-1 was second, 1 Party in the Club, 4-1 third, 9 Obvious Agenda, 6-1 fourth, and 2 Cloudless Day at 8-5. The favorite she runs fifth for the Pentafecta. 10-8, 192 Kaboom. Another one on the card for apprentice Jose Gutierrez. Here for Mike Lauer and Penny Lauer. One of the newcomers by temperature. 6-1 Kaboom. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. The 10 Kaboom. Riding double for Jose Gutierrez. The apprentice liked it. Kaboom is a 2-year-old chestnut filly by temperature. Under the include mare, I'm all about that base. Mike Lauer trains for breeder owner Penny Lauer. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Kaboom. At 6-1, it's official. $3.10 double paid $54.40. 10-8 exacta $77.60. The 10-cent Pentafecta, Cloudless Day was fifth. Returned an even $358. Pick 3, $435.65. Party in the Club third. 50-cent trifecta, $124.75. 3.10 double, $54.40. 10-cent superfecta, $107.29. Obvious Agenda ran fourth. Cloudless Day was fifth. 4 and 5 were non-runners. And the maiden juvenile fillies dash, favored fifth. 10 faced the starter. 107 flat. Race 7 is next on the docket. Race 7, the Turf Mile. Scratch the 1, McAdoo. Number 1, McAdoo has been scratched. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Another 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wager featured on the card here in the Turf Mile. Double starts our final pick 3 of the day. Post time will be at 5:23. Again, just that reminder, no live racing here tomorrow. First floor OTB open. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino 24/7. No live card here on Friday. An old quarter horse card, including the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Derby and Futurity Final. Those races on Saturday's old quarter horse card kicking off at 10:45 a.m. No live racing on Sunday this weekend, and no live racing here on Labor Day Monday. Next card here will be an old quarter horse card on Saturday again at 10:45 a.m. Up next, the maiden juvenile fillies race replay. And they're off. Fast start for Caddy Justice. Dreaming Bonita's right there. Obvious Agenda in the black cap. And there's Golden Creek, who makes the split. It's Golden Creek narrowly. Tackled by Caddy Justice, and right there, Dreaming Bonita forcing the issue with Obvious Agenda showing positional pace running in fourth. Del Cap Ellis a wide fifth. Kaboom is sixth with a white cap. Cloudless Day in the orange silks with the rail to 3.5, and moving up between horses, Party in the Club. Beaten for speed. The trillers are Panthers Princess and Moonlight Girl is last in the maiden juvenile filly sprint. The quarter 22.77 seconds coming toward the quarter pole. Dreaming Bonita looms up for Golden Creek. It's Dreaming Bonita going for home. Obvious Agenda closing now on the outside. Kaboom's on the far outside as they straighten away. Cloudless Day in fifth. Then comes Party in the Club on the far outside and Caddy Justice. Top of the lane between horses. Dreaming Bonita has emerged in front. 1 furlong to go for Dreaming Bonita. On the outside, Kaboom. Obvious Agenda. Dropping back was Golden Creek from her early efforts. Party in the Club and Cloudless Day. They're close to home. It's Kaboom. Kaboom coming for Jose Gutierrez. Kaboom. And Kaboom lands the winning blow over Dreaming Bonita. Party in the Club was third. Obvious Agenda fourth. And
The state's only thoroughbred and quarter horse racing is going on now at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Feel the thunder Monday through Thursday at 2:10 p.m. Plus, enjoy racing on select Saturdays throughout the summer. Reserve a seat in the clubhouse by calling 317-421-0000 or find a spot under the new outdoor awning. It's all happening at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Always free parking and free general admission. More details at HS Indy Racing.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Ten minutes to the seventh race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have an Indiana bred 3-year-old and up allowance. They're going a mile on the grass. I hit the first Grayson grass race, and I like pretty much exactly what I told you guys was going to happen. It was a $48 try. I ended up getting my money back pretty much, plus a couple extra dollars. But the good thing is, since it was a bet for charity, all that money gets donated to Grayson. So we're going to try to do that again in this allowance race. It's a mile on the grass, and the one McAdoo is out. Now, one of the fun things about hanging out with degenerates and bettors is I picked up some bad habits. No, just kidding. When you have a big 4 to 5 favorite, you're kind of wanting, obviously, when you're trying to raise money for yourself or for equine research, obviously, which is a far more important cause, you want it to pay as much as you can. So I call this the jerk exacta. Now there's an expletive that you could probably figure out what it is, but it's where you take a heavy favorite like this 3, which is even money, and you put every other horse over that horse, and then you bet it to get second. So I did an exacta all with 3, and then I did an exacta 3 with all, and then I put 20 to win on her, and then also him, and then also on the 8. So let's talk about Mitch here. Mitch, like I said, even money. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Matoli. And Robert Brandstetter has bred and owns this 3-year-old gelding. Now, we've got Indiana breds in here, and as far as Cipriano is concerned, he's got a really nice group of horses. Knows his stuff. Ever since Sippy came here to Indiana, he's been very successful and finished in the top 5. Look at his percentages this year. He's 21% win clip and 61% in the money. This horse, you know, so he's a high percentage trainer. We've got Marcelino, just, classy as they come, veteran jockey here. He's looking for a double. And this horse can do no wrong. He sprinted on the slop on June 25th, broke the maiden by 7. Almost 7 at first asking, and then next month into July tries routing on a fast track, puts up an 84 Brisnut speed figure. It's second ever out and ends up winning. So yes, on paper, is this the one to bet? Of course. When you're making bets to try to raise money for, I'm not hoping that this horse loses, obviously. I hope that it wins, but in the event to make money for equine research, I did do all over 3. And it is a jerk move, but I'm just trying to make money here. The 8, 9 to 1. I put some money to place on this horse because I just have a feeling that this horse is going to do well. I keep picking Danny, and he's probably getting really tired of it because he's superstitious like me. He probably thinks I'm jinxing him, but we get Fernando de la Cruz, our top jock here. Daniel Simpson, Louis Roselle owns. He used to work with. And this is a justice-bred horse. I always say when I'm handicapping, especially when I get out there, look for the Justice Breds. He wins Farm of the Year every year. At least one or two of his horses win 2-year-old, 3-year-old colt or filly. So just face the future. I think coming out of Stakes Company, getting into allowance. The allowance that he got 7th on June 23rd was a route. It was on the turf. If you go back to the dirt races, they're much better. Broke the maiden by 6 at sprinting on dirt. Today, though, we are going to try the turf a second time. So that's why I put, obviously, the standout is Mitch, but that's why I put this one down. Let's do something a second time. Indiana turf. The horses doing something for the second time always improve. If they're going to improve, they will doing it again. The 7 is 6-1 right now on the tote board. Looking for Glory. Looking for Glory gets Evan Roman, and he's looking for a double after winning the 5th race. He's up here for Rob Dobbs. I talked about Rob Dobbs a little bit earlier. Just really glad to see him having a nice couple of years. He's some really nice horses last year and this year. He's 20% win clip, 52% the money. Looking for Glory. It looks really good in the paddock as well. Excuse me. Finished 3rd last out in a similar allowance, routing, going a mile and a 16. So we're coming back a little bit in distance here. But these two, their last, I think 3 together have ended up with 2 wins. So Evan and Dobbs, mark them down. His horse does have really good speed as well. Put up an 80 on the slop, though, 2 back, which is obviously speed favoring, but I think can run close to that. And speed figure-wise fits in right under my top selections here. So 387, but like I said, I'm going to go all over 3 and 3 over all in the contest just because I'm trying to make that last-ditch effort for Grayson Grass. I've got Mitch on top, even money. Good luck.
The horses called postward now for the 7th race. This race will be run on the turf course over the mile. A field of 9, scratch 1, McAdoo. Number 1, McAdoo has been scratched. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Here are the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering featured on the turf mile. Double and starts our final pick 3 of the day. Close to post up. Late scratch. Late scratch on 5, David's Creed, by order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Number 5, David's Creed, now scratch from the turf mile. All wagers here on 5, David's Creed, refunds. There will be a 10 and 5 consolation double. Kaboom. David's Creed, that's a 10-5 consolation double. Those using that late scratch on the 5, David's Creed, in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. 10 and 5 will be one consolation double. Another late scratch. 8, Face the Future, also ordered scratch by the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. We've had 2 late scratches. Scratch 5, David's Creed. 8, Face the Future. That late scratch just in from the stewards. 10 and 8 will be another consolation double. 10-5, 10-8 for those consolation doubles. Like 5, David's Creed, those using 8, Face the Future in a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Late scratches here, 5 and 8. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Once again, late scratches on 5, David's Creed, and 8, Face the Future. 10-5, 10-8, consolation doubles. For a final time today in this race week, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. On final approach for the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. They're going in. Keith Asmussen, first run of 2025 for Looking at Justice. Classic Express loads 11-1, will be a hat trick of wins for apprentice Jose Gutierrez. Classic Express joined Looking at Justice. Now Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Mitch, 1-2. On the 1-2 favorite there. Mitch has moved in. Evan Roman looking for Glory coming up. Samuel Munez, Positive Change. Mitch holding 1-2 favorite, 7-2 looking for Glory. Now into 3-1 and 6-1 Positive Change. 2 back. Joel Bornos with Revs Medal. Late scratches here on 5, David's Creed, and 8, Face the Future. 5 and 8 are the non-runners. One more, Josh Morales, Shicey to chase. Over the mile to close out this year's Grayson Grass Challenge. They're in the gate. They're off. Nice line out. Nearest the inside, Mitch, along with Looking at Justice from the rail. Positive Change, and on the outside, Revs Medal, as Mitch for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. leads out past the awning. It's Mitch easily has taken charge of the pace from Positive Change, looking at Justice, looking for Glory on the outside. With 6 furlongs to run, Shiesty the Chase is wide out to the stretch, and then Classic Express and Revs Metal has drifted back to last. It's Mitch. Mitch leads to the 5.5. Nice and comfortable out here is Mitch. So the 4-5 favorite leads. Mitch through a quarter in 23.90 seconds, up by 2. And Mitch took an awkward step there. Mitch took an awkward step. Mitch is back on course, vying for the lead now with Positive Change in the black cap. Right there on the outside is Looking for Glory. Shiesty the Chase making headway in the green cap past the half-mile pole. Keith Asmussen looking at Justice in the white cap, making his 7-year-old seasonal bow. He's 5 lengths off this leader, Mitch, who rebreaks from Positive Change. Revs Metal coming up with a wide bid. Classic Express trails the turf mile, half mile in 48.09 seconds. So after that anxious moment, going to the back of the course, it's Mitch, who sets sail for the quarter pole. In front to Positive Change, Shiesty the Chase, Revs Metal straightens away in 4th. Looking for Glory, looking at Justice and Classic Express. Heads are turned for home, and Positive Change is taking a crack at Mitch. 3/4, 1 minute 11.79 seconds. It is Positive Change narrowly. Mitch toward the inside, looks to kick with Positive Change. It's Positive Change. Mitch, Shiesty the Chase, Revs Metal, and on the outside, Looking for Glory with a late charge. Positive Change for Samuel Bermudez. Positive Change trying to hold Shiesty the Chase, and does by a neck. Positive Change over Shiesty the Chase, Looking for Glory, Revs Metal, as Mitch capitulated in the home run. .136.96 after the turf mile. 136.96. 4:10, 7:9, 3:10. Well, first up, number 4, Positive Change. The 10 was second. Shiesty the Chase, 4:10. The 7, Looking for Glory, was third. 9, Revs Metal. Mitch at 4-5 was fifth for the Pentafecta. Classic Express, looking at Justice, the next 2. There's Positive Change. 4 beats 10. 7-9, 3, Mitch 5th. Positive Change, Sammy Bermudez here for Julie Sebastian. 136.96. Hold all tickets until official. Positive Change has beaten home Shiesty the Chase. Looking for Glory third. Revs Metal and Mitch. Race 7 official. Result confirmed by the judges, 4:10. 7-9, 3, Mitch runs 5th official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, Positive Change, with Sammy Bermudez. Positive Change is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Forever Doro, out of the Langfield Dividing Change, owned and trained by Julie Sebastian. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Positive Change. Results in after the turf mile. 10-8 exacta, 10-8. 10-8 double there, $11 even. Looking here at the results and prices. There's that exacta. 410 for the exacta. 10-8 was the double. 410 exacta, 264.80, 50-cent trifecta. $170.05. Looking for Glory ran third. Again, that 10-8 double. That is a consolation double. $11 even, 10-cent superfecta, $119.46. These multiple payouts. 10-cent pentafecta, $489 and change. Mitch ran fifth. Pick 3 pays out $171.55. And those doubles, 10-4, $149.60. 10-5 is a consolation double for $11 even. 10-8 is a consolation double for $11 too. Scratch the 1, 5, and 8. They were the non-runners. Turf Mile favorite. Fifth. 7 ran, 136.96. 24 minutes away from race 8. Scratch 1, Can't Hush This. 1, Can't Hush This has been scratched to Malibu Springs, the jockey Alberto Burgos. Alberto Burgos rides to Malibu Springs. 5, Secret Chat, the ownership, Don Blackwood and Jeff Myers. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta. Starts at a late double. 9th race, closing the card with the Julie Veltman overnight stakes. Scratch there, the also eligibles. 11, Kiss My Garter, 12, Kelly Girl, and 13, Eos Bit Chin Babe. 9th race, the Julie Veltman overnight stakes over the 350. Scratch the also eligibles. Fast track for the final pair. Feature of the day, post time 6:02. Race and Grass Challenge, they're in the game. Theroff. Nice line out. Nearest the inside, Mitch, along with Looking at Justice from the rail. Positive Change, and on the outside, Revs Metal, as Mitch for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. leads out past the awning. It's Mitch, easily has taken charge of the pace from Positive Change, Looking at Justice, Looking for Glory on the outside. With 6 furlongs to run, Shiesty Chase is wide out to the stretch, and then Classic Express and Revs Metal has drifted back to last. It's Mitch. Mitch leads to the 5.5. Nice and comfortable out here is Mitch. So the 4 to 5 favorite leads. Mitch through a quarter in 23.90 seconds, up by 2. And Mitch took an awkward step there. Mitch took an awkward step. Mitch is back on course, vying for the lead now with Positive Change in the black cap. Right there on the outside is Looking for Glory. Shiesty Chase making headway in the green cap past the half-mile pole. Keith Asmussen Looking at Justice in the white cap, making his 7-year-old seasonal bow. He's 5 lengths off this leader, Mitch, who rebreaks from Positive Change. Res Metal coming up with a wide bid. Classic Express trails the turf mile, half mile in 48.09 seconds. So after that anxious moment, going to the back of the course, it's Mitch, who sets sail for the quarter pole. In front to Positive Change, Shiesty to Chase, Revs Metal straightens away in 4th. Looking for Glory, Looking at Justice, and Classic Express. Heads return for home, and Positive Change is taking a crack at Mitch. 3/4, 1 minute 11.79 seconds. It is Positive Change narrowly. Mitch toward the inside, looks to kick with Positive Change. It's Positive Change. Mitch, Shiesty to Chase, Revs Metal, and on the outside, Looking for Glory with a late charge. Positive Change for Samuel Bermudez. Positive Change trying to hold Shiesty to Chase, and does by a neck. Positive Change over Shiesty to Chase. Mason Grass.
Hello and welcome to this week's Nathan Horse Racing History Minute. In 1992, the final Long Acres Mile was run at Long Acres Racecourse. The Brayak family had wanted to win the race, as their late father was close friends with the founder of the track and had raced there for 30 years. The horse they wanted to do it with was Bolu Light, an accomplished Canadian bred, winning Canadian Champion 3-Year-Old of the Year by winning races from Ontario to Vancouver. But he had one huge problem. He had no front feet. The feet had been plagued with so many infections that most of the foot was gone. But it would be partially reconstructed with material used on NASA's space missions. The performance he gave was out of this world, as he fought to win by half a length, only a fifth of a second off the stakes and track record, giving his owners the win they always wanted, and marking the end of an era for the biggest race in the Pacific Northwest, before it returned to a new racetrack, Emerald Downs. That concludes this week's Nathan's Horse Racing History Minute.
"11 minutes to the 8th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and so excited about this one. Just caught Joe Christofek and his girlfriend. They're headed down to see my unicorn Dragoon Guards here. I was back at the barns yesterday, and Ricky Giannini, Brad's assistant, was like, "Your horse is on his way here," and I stayed back on the backside until he got there because I just had to see him. This is a 3-year-old and up, open allowance, optional claiming for 15, a mile and a 16th. One, Can't Hush This is out, and Burgos is on the 2. So let's talk about Dragoon Guard here. What is he, 1-9 right now? Oh, goodness. Not only is this our 2024 Indiana Derby winner, but he is just a unicorn. The camera really doesn't do him justice. This guy, he's just a beast. He's a big horse. He's got such scope on him. He's really tall. He's a classy guy. He came in, the barn just like the boss that he is. He's a 4-year-old colt by Arrogate. Mizzen Mast Dam, bred by Juddmonte, owned by Juddmonte.
As you can see, so last year he ran in the Indiana Derby, won. Then he went to West Virginia, won the Grade 3 West Virginia Derby. Then went to the Pennsylvania Grade 1. So he went, those are 2 Grade 3s, and he crushed them. Then he went up to a Grade 1 at Parks and ended up 3rd. Now, those were, ours was obviously a mile and 16th, but that West Virginia Derby is a mile and an 1/8, and so is Parks. Now, he did win in a mile and 8, so it's probably not the distance. Look at him. I mean, the scope on this guy. He's like 2 football fields long. I don't think the distance is really the problem. It was the class. So then he gave him the winter off. Loved to see it. And then they brought him back to Churchill in a $100,000 allowance, and he was only beaten half a length as the bettor's favorite. And Will Take It came back to win next out. So it's not like, you know, it was a horrible loss. He was at a mile as well. I do think he likes to go a little bit longer. He just looks so good coming into the stretch. But he's a gate to wire guy. Predominantly the wins have all come gate to wire. So look for him on the front end. Also look for his unicorn horn. He's obviously missing it. Just super classy. And then, of course, I had to put Best Actor underneath. Ooh, he's excited. Somebody spooked him. I had to put Best Actor in there. You know, if you go back, Ricky and I were watching the replays the other day. It was the 2022 Indiana Derby, I do believe. He was second in there. And he completely missed the break in that race. You know, I don't have those pulled up right here, but since then, I mean, he's been in some really salty allowances. And then he was in a couple of $200,000 stakes. He caught the slop once. I don't think that he got the trip at all that he wanted. He got kind of pinned in the inside. That was back in May at Churchill in that Knicks Go. You know, and then he was really close at a $175,000 allowance. And then he was really close on August 12th when he ran here as well in that $50,000 allowance. So he's got the highest speed figure at today's distance. He put up a 92 at a mile. We're at a mile and a 16th. So you kind of have to go back to find that 96, but he's just speedy. If he carves out a trip that he wants, he's going to do well. You know, he's now in the Moger barn. So yeah, definitely Best Actor. I think just class-wise. Right now, he's sitting on the board at 14-1. And then I'm going to round it out with the 8, Winter's Lion. I just have a feeling that this horse is going to do well. He has a second here on Indiana Dirt. It was July 8th. This horse was in an allowance optional claimant for 62.5 and ended up second. Jaime was aboard that day. Another unicorn, another beautiful gray. Good luck to John because they're both wearing black blinkers. So, well, one's white, one's a little bit more gray. But another one who's just really competitive at this, has really nice speed figures. 91 at a mile and a 16th. He's put up an 85. I mean, barring these two that I have on top, I think Winter's Lion on the outside with kind of a stalking trip is going to be really, really tough in this field. So just what a allowance. I'm going to call this a mini stakes race. There's a case to be made for most in here. Hearn, the 7, ran second last out, beaten less than a length. Secret Chat, I mean, look at that horse, has been running in some really nice stakes races, is very consistently in the top 3. Sir Saffir, Karen Whittick, Marcelino Pedroza, this horse also very nice speed figures. I mean, recently, as far as back earlier in March. Turf is the question mark there. This is just a very, very classy race. But Dragon Guard, my unicorn, is who I'm going to put on top. Everyone else agrees with me at 1-9. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the 8th race. It's the feature of the day over the mile and 8/16th. They field of 7. Scratch 1, Can't Hush This. Scratch the 1. 2, Malibu Springs, Alberto Burgos. Rides 2, Malibu Springs. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5, Pentafecta. Wager featured here. Starts at the late double. Again in the 9th, closing the card with the Julie Veltman overnight stakes over the 350. 9th race, final quarter horse dash of the day. Scratch the also eligibles. 11, Kiss My Garter. 12, Kelly Girl. And 13, Eos, Bit, Chin, Babe. Fast track, 3 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading starts. Joe Ramos with Secret Chat. Alberto Burgos, Malibu Springs coming up. Malibu Springs has joined Secret Chat. Evan Roman with Best Actor. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. partners Sir Saffer. Hearn. Be a hat trick of wins on the card for Jose Gutierrez. Now Sir Saffer. Two back. Fernando de la Cruz. Up comes Dragoon Guard. Back here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 1-5 on Dragoon Guard. The colors are Juddmonte. One more. Winter's Lion. It'll be a double for Sammy Ramirez on the card. It's the Thursday feature over the mile and a 16th. They're in the gate. They're off. Sir Saffer alertly away. Dragoon Guard right there, Best Actor, and toward the inside, Malibu Springs. Hearn in the green cap toward the inside, Secret Chat, and Winter's Lion has dropped back toward last as they enter the first turn. It's Sir Saffer. Sir Saffer takes the early lead for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. in front of Dragoon Guard, and toward the inside is Malibu Springs third and in the pocket. Sir Saffer leads them at the 6.5 from a close-up Dragoon Guard. Malibu Springs running in third, Best Actor in fourth as they go to the back. Then four more to Hearn, who's racing wide from Secret Chat and Winter's Lion. The quarter 24.34 seconds, Sir Saffer. So Saffer generates the pace here at 45-1. The 2024 Indiana Derby winner, Dragoon Guard, right there with this long odds leader, Sir Saffer, by 3/4 length. Fernando de la Cruz and Dragoon Guard right there, shadowing Sir Saffer's every move past the half-mile pole. Malibu Springs and on the outside. Best Actor, they're a joint third, half mile, 47.75 seconds. And then comes Hearn with Winter's Lion, and Secret Chat has dropped back to last. Dragoon Guard has made this bid to take the lead for Fernando de la Cruz. Dragoon Guard leads coming toward the quarter pole. Best Actor takes up the pursuit of favorite Dragoon Guard on the edge of the quarter pole. Hearn has moved up into third. Malibu Springs with, toward the inside, dropping back was Sir Saffer from his early efforts as they straighten away. It's Dragoon Guard. Top of the stretch, 3/4, 1 minute 11.76 seconds. Dragoon Guard racing for Best Actor, who's up alongside now for Evan Roman. It is Best Actor shoulder to shoulder with Dragoon Guard, and these two will settle it. Then further back, Winter's Lion is third. Best Actors gain the upper hand. Dragoon Guard battles all the way to a nose photo finish. Best Actor and Dragoon Guard, close call. Winter's Lion third, and then further back to Malibu Springs and Secret Chat. Best Actor took it to Dragoon Guard, close. Photo finish in 1:43.42. It's on the bob. We'll stand by for the judge's verdict. Here's a slow-mo feature of the day. Best Actor and Dragoon Guard. In the win photograph, Winter's Lion back in third. Photo, Best Actor, Dragoon Guard. Malibu Springs with Secret Chat. Hearn, Sir Saffer. Stand by for the judge's verdict after the feature. (6'4", 8'2", 5'6". Best Actor gets the bob. For Dragoon Guard at 2-5, denied. 8 Winters Lion at 16 to 1/3 to Malibu Springs. 31 to 1/4 and 5 Secret Chat for the Pentafecta. Best Actor, Evan Roman for Ed Moger Jr. over Dragoon Guard after a stretch battle. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6 Best Actor riding double for Evan Roman. Best Actor is a 6-year-old dark mare brown horse by Flatter. And the Smart Strike mare, Abracat, Ed Moger Jr. trains for Steve Moger. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Best Actor. Defeats Dragoon Guard, Winters Lion 3rd, Malibu Springs Secret Chat 5th. 143.42. Rain Saint official. The 6-4 Exacta. After a stretch battle in the feature, paid $24.20. With Winters Lion back in 3rd, 50-cent trifecta. $19.85, 4-6 double, $191. We'll have a carryover in the 50-cent late pick 5. That'll be on Tuesday. We have an all-quarter horse card here on Saturday. No live racing Sunday nor Labor Day Monday. That 50-cent late pick 5 carryover will stay in the vault until Tuesday's card. $27,184 for a Tuesday 50-cent late pick 5 carryover. $1 Itoba late pick 4 pays out on 404, $3,508.50. 50-cent pick 5 consolation. 405, $201.35. Again, that carryover will lie in wait until Tuesday's card. Pentafecta, $56.27. Secret Chat ran 5th. And the headliner, 1 was a non-runner. Favorite, 2nd. 7 ran, 143.42. Closing the card in 18 minutes' time. 9th race, the Julie Veltman. Overnight stakes, scratch the also eligibles. 11, Kiss My Garter. 12, Kelly Girl. And 13, EOS, Bit Chin Babe. Scratch the also eligibles. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, now scheduled at 6:31. They're in the gate. They're off. Sir Saffir alertly away. Dragoon Guard right there, Best Actor into the inside Malibu Springs. Hearn in the green cap toward the inside Secret Chat, and Winters Lion has dropped back toward last as they enter the first turn. It's Sir Saffir. Sir Saffir takes the early lead for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. in front of Dragoon Guard, and toward the inside is Malibu Springs 3rd, and in the pocket, Sir Saffir leads them at the 6.5 from a close-up Dragoon Guard. Malibu Springs running in 3rd, Best Actor in 4th as they go to the back. Then 4 more to Hearn, who's racing wide from Secret Chat and Winters Lion. The quarter 24.34 seconds, Sir Saffir. So Saffir generates the pace here at 45 to 1. The 2024 Indiana Derby winner, Dragoon Guard, right there with this long odds leader, Sir Saffir, by 3/4 length. Fernando Letta Cruz and Dragoon Guard right there, shadowing Sir Saffir's every move past the half-mile pole. Malibu Springs and on the outside. Best Actor, they're a joint 3rd, half mile, 47.75 seconds. And then comes Hearn with Winter's Lion, and Secret Chat has dropped back to last. Dragoon Guard has made this bid to take the lead for Fernando de la Cruz. Dragoon Guard leads coming toward the quarter pole. Best Actor takes up the pursuit of favorite Dragoon Guard on the edge of the quarter pole. Hearn has moved up into third. Malibu Springs with toward the inside dropping back was Sir Saffir from his early efforts as they straighten away. It's Dragoon Guard. Top of the stretch, 3/4, 1 minute 11.76 seconds. Dragoon Guard racing for Best Actor, who's up alongside now for Evan Roman. It is Best Actor shoulder to shoulder with Dragoon Guard, and these two will settle it. Then further back, Winter's Lion is third. Best Actors gain the upper hand. Dragoon Guard battles all the way to a nose photo finish. Best Actor and Dragoon Guard. Close call. They're in the gate.
Well, we're going to close out today's card at Horseshoe Indy with another overnight stakes for a prominent, we've done these for prominent individuals and horses. And before we talk about today's field, let's give a shout out to Tony Cunningham and LC Racing's Full Boogie for getting the victory yesterday in the Escondido Beach overnight. That was a super field and a great win by Tony and his team. Boy, they're pouring it on in August. Okay, well, like I say, we have named several of these overnights for influential horses and also people that have made an impact in the Hoosier State when it comes to racing and breeding. Can't really think of a better representative than Julie Veltman, the state's all-time leading quarter horse, female quarter horse rider. She set a lot of records during her tenure and earned $1.1 million in all the races that she won. More importantly, I think, is the fact that she passed those great genes on to her fabulous daughter, Natasha Perez. We adore her. She was a great jockey and now, I believe in her 4th year of training, just really such a hands-on horsewoman and doing incredibly well. So we're excited about today's feature, 350 yards. We do scratch the also eligibles 11, 12, and 13. And I'm going to have to start with another trio of Tony Cunningham's entrance. Of course, very confounding for us handicappers when he's got all these good horses, but we'll take a stab at it and see how we do today. All right, well, let's go to the paddock. I'm going to begin with number 8, and that's Authentic-C. Showed a lot of potential when she broke her maiden on May 22nd and then qualified for the 86,000 Horseshoe Classic 3 weeks ago, sired by Classy Thoroughbred Into Mischief out of a Jess Louisiana Blue. It's a quarter horse mare. So you got Thoroughbred and definitely a quarter horse in it, and she's shown her savvy in several races this meet. I think she's really rates a good long look, and of course Danny Martinez, who's been riding so well for the Cunningham barn, has the return call. All right, let's go next to number 10, and that's Cigar on the Beach. Exits a trial for the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Derby. That took place on August 9th, and it was her first attempt at 400 yards. For trainer Ron Raper, she didn't get the job done that day, but if you go back in her records a few weeks before that, you saw how well she did when she won a May 31st allowance at 350 yards. So I give her a lot of chance. She's bred and owned by Peggy Ann Kent, sired by Escondido Beach, the legendary quarter horse stallion in Indiana, and I don't think she'd be any surprise. So that's my second choice. Let's go next to number 3, and that's La Spirit Moves Me. This filly has not missed a check this season at Horseshoe Indy for conditioner Jesse Vasquez. Excuse me. Showed a nice closing effort in her most recent allowance race that took place on August 6th. And despite being bumped, she still rallied for the runner-up spot under her rider, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, who rides for the stable, and his wife. Very solid contender, and the horse looks pretty darn good today as well. And I'll round out my top 4 with number 4, and that's Drinking at a Cartel Bar. Also trained by Tony Cunningham, continues to earn checks for her owners, a great group of guys that have banded together, Duke Racing and several other gentlemen. And this is a filly by 5 Bar Cartel. She ran second in the 128,000 Blue River Derby on July 19th. I like to see when I'm looking at these fields and they're full and you've got horses that have done well, but if they've qualified for a futurity, or in this case with 3-year-olds, a derby, that really kind of moves them up in my book. She doesn't have the best morning line. Who knows what it'll be when they go to the gate. But I think she did have some trip woes in her last race, and a lot of people will look at that off the board finish and say, well, no, not for me. But you never know. You know, bad day happens to all of us, and I never overlook a horse's potential when they've done well and they just have one kind of better than average start. So I'm going 8, 10, 3, 4, but we've got our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, and what better addition for your ticket than number 1, DNA Dale's Winner? Why don't you think about adding her to the mix, because she's trained by, as I said, Julie's very, very talented daughter, and that's Natasha Perez. This is a filly by EOS Apolitical Win. She's won 3 of her 7 starts at Horseshoe Indy. Be a good one to include in those exotics. So that's it for today. And we have no racing tomorrow, but we'll see you back here Saturday, 10:45 a.m. We're going to present 11 races. That's going to be our 5th all-quarter horse day, including the finals of the Stallion Service Auction, Derby, and Futurity. I'll be hosting with Louis Rabot. Can't wait to see you guys. And hopefully you can make it here for a really nice day of all quarter horse racing on Saturday.
The horses coming onto the track for the 9th race. Closing the card with the Julie Veltman overnight stakes over the 350. Scratch the also eligibles, 11, 12, and the number 13. Here they are for the Julie Veltman overnight stakes. One is DNA Dell's winner, Diego Bocanegra rides for Natasha Perez and DNA Quarter Horses LLC. Number 2, Elegant Train, Eduardo Luna Diaz riding for trainer and owner James Bratton. Number 3, La Spirit Moves Me, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez riding for Jesse Vasquez and owners Kimberly and Roger D. Beam. Number 4, Drinking at a Cartel Bar with Francisco Quintero, trained by Tony Cunningham for Brian J. Elmore and Duke Racing LLC. 5, Either Cartel, Christian Esqueda riding for trainer James Kevin Goodnight and owner Brooklyn Owens. 6, Paradise Beach with Edgar Diaz up for Claudio Perazza and Campos Family Ventures. 7, Checking Me Out riding is Alberto Serran for Hector J. Sanchez, trains for Carlos Lopez Garcia. 8th, Otenta, Danny Martinez riding for Tony Cunningham and owner William F. Collins. 9, Terrafina, Isidro Banuelos for Tony Cunningham, M&G Farms Incorporated. And 10, Cigar on the Beach with Fernando Morin riding for Ron Raper, trains for breeder owner Peggy Ann Kent. scratch the also eligibles. There they are. Julie Veltman Overnight Stakes to close out the card, and this Thursday racing program, Saturday All Quarter Horse card, kicks off at 10:45 a.m. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and the 10-cent Grand High Five. Post time, near. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Julie Veltman Overnight Stakes. Here to close out the card over the 350. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. La Spirit Moves Me uses a flipping halter. Paradise Beach joins up. Checking me out. With Diego Bocanegra, DNA Dell's winner, has taken her position in the starting gate. Elegant Train coming up. Authenticity loaded. Terrafina to post 9. Francisco Quintero drinking at a cartel bar, part of the Tony Cunningham trio. Checking me out, getting fidgety. Checking me out. Ready to get on with the stakes. Drinking out a cartel bar loaded, 2 back. Christian Esqueda with I the Cartel. Authenticity, 6-5 final favorite. Danny Martinez or Tony Cunningham. I the Cartel. Well backed. And one more. Fernando Mora with Cigar on the Beach. To close out the card over the 350. Fast track. The flag at half staff, no wind. Here's Cigar on the Beach. Ready for the last of the day, all in. Off the Julie Veltman Overnight Stakes, and La Spirit Moves Me stumbled. In tight quarters is drinking at a cartel bar. Here comes a charge from Paradise Beach on the outside. Cigar on the Beach. Also right there is Authenticity and Terrafina in tight quarters. Nearest the inside, it is coming away in front. I the Cartel with Cigar on the Beach. Photo finish between them. Paradise Beach was third, then Authenticity and Terrafina. This is close. I the Cartel and Cigar on the Beach, a narrow margin between them. Photo finish. Julie Veltman Overnight Stakes. Win photograph. It's in the judge's hands. 10-5, 6-8, 9-10. Cigar on the Beach at 14-1, got up on the line. 5, Eye the Cartel at 5-2, denied. Narrow margin, 17.809 seconds, 17.809. 6, Paradise Beach at 19-1 third. 8, Authenticity, 3-2 fourth. 9, Terrafina fifth. 10-5, 6-8, 9 with Fernando Morin riding for Ron Raper and breeder owner Peggy Ann Kent. Cigar on the Beach gets up to take out the Julie Veltman Overnight Stakes. Race 9 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, 10, Cigar on the Beach. Got up on the line for Fernando Morin. Cigar on the Beach is a 3-year-old sorrel filly by Escondido Beach. Trained by Ron Raper for breeder owner Peggy Ann Kent. Yesterday, we ran the Escondido Beach Overnight Stakes. And here, the daughter of Escondido Beach takes out the Julie Veltman Overnight Stakes. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Cigar on the Beach. 17.809 seconds. Final results in. Took a win photograph to split them. 10-5 exacta, 271.20. 50-cent trifecta, $810.30. We'll have a quarter horse pentafecta carryover. Old quarter horse card here on Saturday kicks off at 10:45 a.m. Final pick 3 on the card, $429.60. 50-cent trifecta, $810.30. 610 late double, $294.20. 10-cent superfecta, $334.85. Authenticity ran 4th. Terrafina was 5th, but nobody had the pentafecta. That'll carry over to Saturday's card, kicking off at 10:45 a.m. for $1,800 plus. This was the last BA's hat-trick contest this month and of the season, wrapping up with a tie between Michelle Geis and Reginald J. Thurman. They tie for the top shelf, $125 apiece. Michelle playing online and Reginald here at the track. And the hat-trick winner after the drawing was David Sachelben, joining us here at the track today. Picking up the $100 hat-trick winner drawing was Dave. We do thank all that joined us here today and all that played BA's hat-trick this season as we head to a new month. But don't forget, we're racing here on Saturday with an all-quarter horse card. And then on Tuesday, no live racing Sunday, no live racing Labor Day. And don't forget, on Tuesday's card, that will feature a 50-cent late pick 5 carryover on Tuesday of $27,184. So that'll do it for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card, it's an all-quarter horse one on Saturday kicking off at 10:45 a.m., including the finals for the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Derby and Futurity. Big card ahead here on Saturday, and we'll be joined by Martha Clausen. Until next time, that's Saturday morning. For those here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Enjoy your Friday off. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying goodnight. Off the Julie Veltman Overnight Stakes, and La Spirit Moves Me stumbled in tight quarters is drinking at a Cartel bar. Here comes a charge from Paradise Beach on the outside. Cigar on the Beach. Also right there is Authenticity and Terrafina in tight quarters. Nearest the inside, it is coming away in front. Either Cartel with Cigar on the Beach. Photo finish between them.